live streams on YouTube. That is, I know where my live streams are. To find them on YouTube, that's the challenging thing. Because yeah, there's no like generic live thing. I guess I just yeah, because it has to be a specific YouTube link. But yeah, you know what? Early boy. That is, I'm early for today's stream, but when it comes down to it, I've missed the last like three. But hey, that's your lot when you are a dad. That's what happens. So today, I'm gonna start off with I do have things I need to do after I finish the stream. So I need to email this person. I also need to discuss with event group, and then I also need to do yes. I've got three things I need to do after the stream, and if I think of anything, I will also have to do it after the stream. I mean, the fact that I have to do it after the stream does not change, but you know, the amount of things I have to do after the stream may change depending on whether or not I remember about doing the thing that I need to do after the stream. Anyway. Damn. So, I may be getting high blood pressure. Oh dear. It may. I may actually think because I feel fine now, but like yesterday, the day before, and when I donated blood, like a week or two ago, they were like, "Your blood pressure is very high," and I'm like, "Huh? I feel fine." No, I don't feel fine. I actually had a headache the day before. It was a very specific headache that just happens just about here, right here, right behind my eyeball, and I'm like, "Is this a tension headache?" Yes, it is a tension headache, Steve. I am officially a dad to the point where I am even getting high blood pressure. So there you go. Now, I have not been officially diagnosed with high blood pressure, but uh, I do feel as though that the state of my head may change depending on my general well-being. Yep. I don't know what I'm saying, basically. I am at this moment trying to make my upgrade slider look a little bit pretty. I was playing with particle effects just before. Let's have a look. So you see here, this is my little upgrade slider. Jump into it. And then it spits you out, and then it does a little... I love these particle effects, by the way. I love these particle effects. These ones here, again, these are just the default texture. You don't need to do good texture work to make good particle effects. Because all the process texture of this particle effect is, if we come down here, what makes it look like a firework is scale over velocity is this. It makes it go when the velocity decreases below 1. And there's also a scale curve, which is this, where it stays up maximum and then sorry, it goes the smallest when it is at it goes the smallest when it is at the start of its lifespan, and as it progresses down to 0, it increases. I think that's how that works. Pretty sure that's how that works. I don't know if that's how that works. Whether it's 0 to 1 on time span or it's a 1 to 0 on lifetime. But that's just what this does. Pretty sure it's actually the other way around. But it makes it look really fancy, like fireworks. So you see that? How cool is that? Yeah. Anyway, I just find that to be really fun. Yeah, that's it. I just find that to be really cool. So that's the particle process material for that little firework particle, which I found, yeah, it's just fun. It's just fun. Right now, however, I am going to also going to make the grabber.rotation equals rand f multiplied by pi over 2, maybe even pi over 4, maybe even pi over 6, multiplied by 1 minus grabber.progress. And then, if not player grabbed, reset grabber. Now, there's no fundamental reason why my grabber rotation should be anything but 0. However, setting the rotation back to 0 when you reset the grabber, despite the fact that the rotation shouldn't be changed no matter what you're doing with the grabber, it shouldn't harm anything. So, now that I am actually doing something with the rotation, which is shaking the boy, because my grabber starts at 1 and goes to 0 here. Oh, that's not what I was. No. Okay. And I need to say do because I need to make this go negative as well. I'll need to minus it by pi over 3, pi over 12. Yes, minus pi over 12, because it's whatever this is divided by 2. Yeah, it does need to be negative. Hang on. All right, hang on. Let me try this properly. Because I'm fairly certain grabber process starts at 0. That's what I wanted to see. Excellent. And then I just need to add sound effects. That's all it is. So this is a problem. This is a problem, and which means I'm going to need to redo my map changing program, because you can see here that the rest of this part of the level has not completed, and that's because I interrupt the map changing when I change to a new map. So this is doing everything perfectly correct, but it's just a matter of my implementation is wrong. So yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to change. But yeah, this is what I'm working on at the moment. I love the particle effects, dude. I love the particle effects. Cool. And I may actually need to I actually just need to like sort of let's try that. It's because I need to give some feedback to the player that it is actually working properly. How fun is that? Very cool. Okay. So, my upgrade slider needs to have whatever it's upgrading above it. So I'm going to grab this upgrade icon. This icon needs to, upgrade icon needs to, I don't need to make this an entity because I'm going to attach it to this. So if I come up here and select this, get rid of this, delete, delete, come back to the slider, grab the upgrade icon, which is somewhere in UI. Yes, upgrade icon. Which I also need to come to script and select event project, version control. No, what the fuck am I thinking? Project settings, globals, global icons. So let's go ahead and open up this. So this is the global icons, and it's going to have a range of coffee is nice. Warm up my hands. It's going to have a range of texture 2Ds, which are specific icons that refer to specific upgrades. And I'll actually need to have another that's a good question. This is a good issue actually, because I need to make my upgrades, right, have icons. And these icons need to be stored somewhere. They need to be stored somewhere. My intention, my thought was to have a script called upgrades, a global script called upgrades, which holds everything, which is in player stats. And then these upgrades would be linked to specific icons here. Why am I overcomplicating it? I don't need to overcomplicate it. This is exactly what I need to do. Silly Steve. Okay. So my player stats will have specific icons associated to them. Okay, so these are my global icons. I'm going to have I guess, a list of vector, of texture 2D. Am I going to have specific I guess, yeah. Am I going to have different variables? Or will I have a list of the variables? Attach them to enums, or maybe attach them to a dictionary. Dictionaries are volatile. It's less like it's less advised to do the volatile dictionary entry, I guess. I will have a const called default icon, and text compressed texture 2D equals, now how do I make it, I suppose, load.path string. I might be overcomplicating it. Yeah, no. This has to be a var, because at ready, I need to set default icon dot load path materials. So I could make an options logo, or I could get this one. Oh. Usually at around 12 o'clock when my stream usually gets a little bit. At the moment, I'm actually getting work done, which is the default. And then I have to go through everything. See, I could put everything in a folder called icons, and then have this make a an array or a dictionary of just icons. But I feel like I want to do them like manually. I'm not even sure if that's the correct thing to do. You know what I mean? So like, and this already has a class name called global icons. So I can do var. Now, let me try something. If I come to the upgrade slider, no, upgrade. What's it called? Icon dot. Oh, that's frustrating. I might actually need to. Isn't that nice? Well, actually, yeah, I will attach a script here called upgrade icon.script. So script UI upgrade controllers, upgrade icon, or rather upgrade info. Haha, yeah, let's give that a go. Okay, so I will need to have var icon is a sprite 2D, which gets return this. Cool. I will also need a var text, which is a label, and get return value. Text is fine, because I'm going to end up doing text.text. I'm a smart boy. Now, I could also do, so this is a texture 2D. So I could also do a texture 2D dot texture, right? Now, one of the things that's really important for me to do is to make sure that the textures are the same size. So I do also need to have a value which is the default size, I want to say, that then allows me to rescale all the textures that get set. So if I can go here, set v, or just t, then do the same thing, right? I'll need to add an additional something here or after to make sure that the texture is it covers the same area, because this is a 16 by 16, right? And if I want to make it take up a 32 by 32 tile, which is the situation that it used to take up, I'll need to set the scale to make sure that the 32 by 32 is maintained. And so I'm going to put a const called size required size, and it's going to be a vector 2, and it's going to have vector 2 32 by 32, and it's actually going to be a vector 2i. Very, very clever. So T is going to be a texture 2D, right? Okay, I can't set it. It's already going to be that. Okay, so T is a texture 2D, and T has a size value, and I'm going to say var size equals T dot get size. Now, get size will return a vector2, returns the texture size in pixels. Yes, because it does width and height. Okay, so texture size in pixels, it returns this 16, 16. And what I need to do is get the scale equals required size divided by size, because if my required size is 32 by 32 and the size of the texture is 16 by 16, I need to have the scale be 2, 2. And so to get that equal to 2, if this returns 16, I need to divide 32 by 16. So it's required size divided by size, and that makes the scale that I need. And that should work. Okay. All right. And then just to make sure that the scale is run properly, I can do icon equals icon. And that will run this. So therefore, even if without doing anything else, if I just play that, it should make, so cannot called load on a null value equals new, no, default icon equals compressed texture dot new, yes, sure, that's correct. Okay. Let's try that. Okay. I don't know why I'm doing that. Let's just, I've already got the icon. There you go. Okay, if we come up to upgrade icon, perfect. You see how it's rescaled to what it's supposed to be? Gorgeous, gorgeous. And then I can also set the icon.texture. No. I need to know what this is. It is a sprite 2D. No, in fact, it is a upgrade icon. Class name icon with text. UI icon with label. Fuck you. Labeled icon. There we go. That's the class name that I want. And so this is not a sprite 2D. It is a labeled icon. Very good. Are we grabbering tweens today? No. No, thankfully. I'm not playing with tweens today. Today I am playing with figuring out how to make icons do things. Check out these particle effects I've got here. Check out these. Hang on. Look. I made fireworks. Look at this. You see, look at that. Look at those particle effects. How cool are those? I made them. I'm happy with those. I'm really happy with these particle effects. Oh, and now Now on an ad break. You just came in. Oh dear. I'm sorry. I unless you're one of those interesting people that have yeah, I know. I know. I just saw how unfortunate the timing. Now that there is someone here, I can play with the idea of uh, uh, play with the idea of what people will expect me to say. I don't know. I got 30 seconds to think of something. 30 seconds to think of something. Um, is the ad's gonna come back at some. Anyway, I guess I'll just. Okay. Okay. When this comes back. Oh, you're already back. Oh, that's upsetting. Because it says the ad break ends in 12 seconds. I'm trying to make a joke about how, like, it's incredibly difficult to put human remains in a luggage bag. Because usually by the time that the airport runs it through security, they can actually see the shape of the body. So when you do put a body in a bag like this, you have to make sure you wrap it in like layers of tinfoil, and that should prevent that from happening. Oh, all right. But it makes transporting them a lot easier because it's on wheels. Anyway, so I'm trying to do this thing where I make up something that happens during the ad break, so that when people come back. I'm like in the middle of something and they're like, what the hell did I miss? So that's the joke. That's the joke. But unfortunately you came back a bit too early, so anyway. So these are the little particle effects that happens when you upgrade successfully, and the little shaker thing shakes, and I need to make the sound effects happen, but I was just trying to get the icon to rescale natively, because if I make the icon equals global icons dot project settings. Oh, global icons. It's called global icons dot default. There we go. Let's see if that works. Oh, it didn't die. Okay. So, yes. Particle effects are. Oh man, what happened to my icon? It died. Oh man. Global icons. I guess compressed textures don't like optimally. It needs to be a CTEX. Yeah. Internal to Godot, it is created by importing other image formats with the import system. Okay. Oh. I guess I could just do this. That could probably work. Not so much bug detected. It's more like silly. Silly person. I am a silly person. Hang on. Hang on a second. So how do you set How do you set the texture? What do you mean? How do you set the texture? Huh? How do you set a What? How do you set a texture? Oh, often created by loading them from a file. Oh, okay. It's a base. It cannot be used directly. You shut up. Okay, whatever. So I guess compressed texture 2D is the correct one that I need to use. Da-da, 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 da-da. But this load pass to a string, but loads the texture from a specified path. Does this texture have to be a ctex, or does it create a ctex when it loads it? Yeah, does it create a texture when it loads it? You're just drinking Mai Tais. Mai Tais are a type of drink, aren't they? I assume. Oh, you wouldn't be drinking them if they weren't drinkable. Mai Tai. Ah, it's a cocktail based on rum, curacao, liquor, and lime juice. Very good. You drink your Mai Tais. I might even. I need to. My missus told me that I need to drink the rest of this before I go, because otherwise it's just going to be staying there. This is a little decanter that she got me, which I thought was amusing, and it has my whiskey in it. And as you can see, this is the amount of whiskey that I've drunk in 3 years. I don't drink alcohol on the regular, so. So we're getting married soon, so on my bachelor party, that's going to go from full to empty. Anyway, it's a brilliant decanter. And look at the shot glasses. Hang on. So this is the decanter, right? It holds a 750ml bottle. Oh, wow. Oh, there's schmutz in there. I didn't even know there was schmutz in there. Is this still drinkable? Question mark. Well, it is alcohol, so nothing is living in there. But anyway, it's a 750ml. So a regular standard alcohol size. It's either 750. No, there's something in it. So it's either 500 or 700. Anyway, look at the shot glasses. This is the shot glasses that come with it. They're fun, isn't it? It's got a little bullet in there. I'm not even sure if that's because that's not even a standard 9mm bullet, is it? That's because 9mm. Well, 9mm is like that big, isn't it? And it should be 9mm, but Glock standard barrel size is 9mm, isn't it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Look, it's there. And this is actually an official G17 too. So you see that? It's using that copyright. Pew pew. Right. Very American. Love to see it from an Aussie. But sir, the Glock is Austrian, isn't it? Hang on. Let me just hang on. Who is Glock? Yes, Austrian. Ha. The Glock is Austrian. Anyway. We okay. The gun conversation in Australia is amusing. If you're a farmer, you do like your guns. If you live in the city, it's very rare that you'll find people that are like, yeah, I love guns. It's sort of like, I recognize that in America, like your firearm is kind of, it sort of sits at not really actually. Like you'd identify yourself based on what kind of firearms you like. Is that a thing that you do in America? Like, oh, you're a Glock man. I fancy the M9 myself. I'm a true 1911 truther. Yeah? Okay, fair enough. Firearm is basically your cock. Fair enough. But I will say the most American thing that I have on me is my absolute love for the 1911. The 1911 is just a beautiful weapon, I would say. Yeah, the like honestly, it's like it's just such a beautiful fucking weapon. Where is it? Hang on. What's going to get me demonetized the slowest? Hang on. There we go. Okay, this is not a real gun. It's just a picture of a gun. It's just a picture of a picture of a gun. The 1911. This one. This is a caricature of the gun that I like. This is this second. Like, oh, it's so good. The next one is the M9. The M9 is the next beautiful. Oh, beautiful! Look at that. Good on you, D. Swenson. The M9 is the next beautiful gun that I have that I like, because it's just the form factor, it's the design, it's how sleek it looks. Like it's just so good. But the now when you say they issue that to the Army, are you referring to the U.S. Army? U.S. Army standard issue firearm, because they don't issue that to the M17. It's a Sig Sauer, the M17. Yeah, the Sig Sauer is the current standard issue firearm for the U.S. Army, which I mean, it's kind of nice. It looks good, but like to me, it looks like a bastard child between the M9 and the 1911. The 1911 used to be the standard issue U.S. Army standard issue, but the Australian Army standard issue pistol, the Australian Army standard issue pistol is the L9A1. Small arms, because our current standard issue firearm full stop across all of our services is the AUG, the AUG. So we are the most cancerous players in Black Ops. We just decided to put AUGs everywhere. You didn't know Australia had an army? What? What? No. I think that's honestly the most American thing you could have possibly have said was just that quote. I didn't know Australia had an army. Of course, Australia. All countries have an army. Anyway. But anyway. Oh, that was funny. But yeah, so we use the AUG, the AUG, as the primary, the AUG stayer. It's called the Ostayer. I find that amusing. F88A2. The Ostayer, or the AUG stayer. That's our standard issue assault rifle. It's a bullpup, but you know, it's our standard issue two-handed weapon, you know, that you carry with you. We also have the pistol being the self-loading pistol 9mm Mark III. What the hell is that? That just looks like, hang on, yeah, that just sounds like a fake thing. That just sounds like a fake thing. Like it's, wow. The self-loading pistol 9mm Mark III. Who designs that? Now, as much as I say, I don't know Australia had an army. Oh, it's the Browning High Power. Oh, okay. It's the Browning High Power. That's what it is. But we just call it the self-loading pistol 9mm Mark III. Is it the Browning High Power? It doesn't look like it. Oh, that's just from the other side. Okay. Okay. I find that amusing. I do find that amusing. That's just what we call it. The self-loading pistol 9mm Mark III. That's what we call it. It's so strange. And like anyway. That's the army. What about the Air Force? Well, actually, let's look at Australian Navy. We also have a Navy. Oh, we also have an Air Force. Those are three separate branches in the Australian military. Australian Navy small arms. Weapons in the Royal Australian Navy. We also have big ones. We've got shotguns. We've got helicopters. Great. This is not what I searched. Yes, the Austere and the high power pistol. Oh, okay. So in the Navy, it's called the high power. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the Navy has all the information correctly. So it is the Browing high power pistol is the standard issue pistol of the Australian Armed Forces. Australian Air Force. That's the Army. That's the Army. That's the Army. The Air Force has no small arms. Your 9mm Ruger. That's like that to me. Your 9mm Ruger to me looks like a toy gun. It kind of looks like a toy gun to me. The 9mm Ruger. I don't know. I guess it's just too characterized. Like it's too caricature. But again, the fact that it's a compact 9mm is incredibly valuable in a lot of use cases of the Ruger. But yeah, I just the 1911 just dwarfs everything in its amazingness, because the 1911 is a Ruger, isn't it? Yeah, the 1911 is a Ruger. There you go. But yeah, so the application of a small firearm is incredibly useful in use cases where A, you don't want people to know you have a gun, and B, you want to be able to use that gun in any situation that you have it with, which is quite important in America, where everyone might have a gun. So in Australia, someone might have a knife, but you can look at an individual in Australia and know that person does not have a gun on him unless he's a cop, in which case the gun is on his hip. That's the default mindset that you can adopt when you're in Australia. You know these people don't have guns because guns are incredibly difficult to come by in Australia. Very difficult to come by. And yeah, whilst we have subcultures in Australia of people that like guns. I was about to step into it, but unfortunately I got my partner before I got my gun, and she doesn't want guns in the house. So goodbye that hobby. But that's what it is in Australia. It is a hobby. And it very much is not a super huge component of the general Australian life. And I would say the typical mindset towards that there are gun stores in Australia, but they are so much. Jeez, I've been into like that. They're so much harder to come by in Australia. I think. Okay, get this. All right. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at maps. Right. I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna look at Google Maps. Right. So there are gun stores in Australia. Gun store, and you can just search gun store and you'll come to gun stores, but you can see okay, all right, so in the span of like Brisbane city, there's maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be fine. That's an archery shop. That's like a hunting store. Pet barn. I searched gun store and I got pet barn. What? But I was just about to mention that the only place you can even think about getting a firearm in Australia is through a gun store. You have to go to a actual gun store to get a firearm in Australia. I know in America, you can buy a gun from Walmart, as you say. Um, any outdoor slash hunting store, as you say, you can buy a gun. You can get them from Walmart. You can get them from your local bloody Total Tools. You don't have guns there, mate. You don't have this. The lands, the Carroll Park Landscape and Hardware Supplies. You probably have, I don't know, explosives there, which is your nails that have to go through concrete. Sure, but those aren't guns. They're really not guns. King Chrome? What is King Chrome? It's a hardware store. Why are you bringing me to a hardware store? Anyway, but yeah, in the span of Brisbane City, there's about maybe 5 or 6 guns. I have been to the US before. I have held a firearm in the US before. I have had made everyone duck when I just moved the gun to the right because I forgot that your flagging discipline, I would say, is important. Even if the gun has no bullets in it and has a lock on the trigger that you can't fire it, you do need to make sure that that barrel is not pointed at anyone, because that's the important thing. And I was like, oh, sorry, I just forgot that. Sorry, guys. I then got tackled by 6 or 7 different security guards and got toughed out, and that's why I'm back in Australia, because I'm a criminal in the US. So anyway, but yeah, so you can see we have, like, big cities like Brisbane will have maybe 3 or 4 gun stores, but like you got Ipswich, Ipswich City, which is this area, has like 1 gun store. And if you go out to, like, say Toowoomba, let's search this area. You've got the Cafe 63. You got some locksmiths. These are not gun stores. So yeah, you've got nothing in places like Toowoomba. If you wanted to get a gun, you have to go to Brisbane. And that's the other thing as well. You can buy a gun off your mate in the US, and you can just grab that gun off of him and give him money, and that's how the transaction works, right? In Australia, you have to take your mate and your gun to a gun store to do the transaction. And there's so much paperwork involved. There is so much paperwork. You have to submit, not only do you have to get trained and pass a safety course in order to get a gun license in the first place in Australia, anywhere in Australia, you also need to submit what is called a permit to acquire, a PTA, to your local, your state's police department, so that you can actually acquire that gun. And in that PTA, your permit to acquire, you have to justify the reason why you need this particular firearm. Recreational shooting is one of those reasons. You can supply, say, I just want to shoot at targets. But if you supply that as your reason, you need to justify why you need that caliber of firearm. If you're getting a 22 caliber, easy. That's fine. You just look, target shooting, that's easy. 223, also easy, because that's got a little bit of a bang to it. As soon as you get up to like the 30-06 or the .3 or like those sorts of firearms, you got to really justify why you need this band of firearm. Like, okay, I want to shoot at targets that are a kilometer away, or like 800 meters to a kilometer away. Okay, you might need that caliber, but you have to get that PTA approved before you can even do any of transactions between guns. And that's the, oh dear. Yeah, no, you were literally gifted a gun from your mate. You gifted a gun. He was just like, here, have this. And you're like, oh, thank you, I've got this now. And you're like, is this illegal? In Australia, that process, again, has to be brokered by a licensed firearm dealer. You can't just get a gun from your mate, because that's illegal. If you don't have a license yourself for that category of firearm, that's another whole thing. You need to be licensed for the specific category of firearm that you're getting. What? And if you don't have that, then yes, that transaction is illegal. You have to do it through a broker. And you would think that the serial number should be tied to your name in some way, and I'm fairly certain it is. In America, when you buy a gun, the Walmart or whatever will have that serial number of gun assigned to the transaction of you purchasing that weapon. So I'm fairly certain you have to submit some kind of identification. But then if you then go and give that gift to someone else, that serial number will be forever tied to you unless you do a proper sale transaction, something like that. And so if that gun is used in a crime, then you would be the immediate one because that was initially assigned to you. But yeah, you can literally gift it, and then the next thing is that you say, "Oh, I gifted it to this person," when the cops come knocking on your door in 2 a.m. saying, "Were you here committing this crime with that weapon that was assigned to you?" "No, I gave it to my mate like 2 years ago." Okay. But yes, yeah, that whole conversation is very strange, to the point, and I thought it was a lot worse than it was, because when I first got my bow and arrow, I have a bow and arrow, I contacted the police saying, "What kind of weapons license do I need for a bow and arrow?" And they're like, "What?" You fucking what? "Yeah, what kind of weapons license do I need for a bow and arrow?" No. You do not need any weapons license for a bow and arrow. Oh, silly Steve. No, hang on. Why is the text disappearing? No, hang on just a cotton pick and second. Because, yes, that's there. That's where it's supposed to be. I guess I can't use icon.svg because it's not, well, it's not a PNG. I guess I'll use options logo. Let's just double check to make sure that I'm actually doing this properly. If I go back to global icon, instead of loading icon.svg, I'm going to load options icon, options logo.png, and see if that'll actually do the thing we're supposed to. Oh, and the scale is also, oh, I've got an ad break in another 3 minutes. The scale is also being applied to, I guess because this ready. See my son, I can hear my son has woken up. I just need to double check, see if my requested assistance. In fact, I may even just do a quick cheeky ad break to go and check on my partner. In fact, I might even do a 3-minute ad break so that I can prevent the next hour of ads. Which, by the way, if you, for some reason, again, Mr. Crucifix, welcome back, by the way, I forgot to say that before. Mr. Crucifix, if you happen to have a look at the text here, you'll see that there's a specific link in my bio that you may be able to go to my Discord channel. In my Discord channel, there's a link to another version of this stream on YouTube. And if you're a bad person, very bad person, and you have a competent ad blocker, which again, very bad, what I'm saying, you know, not as any advice, I use, I haven't set up that bot yet. I don't know how to do that bot, but it's in the bot. It's in the description. Look, it's in my thing. But if you're a bad person, really bad person, and have a competent ad blocker, like for instance, I use uBlock Origin, which is a Firefox extension, just for the purposes of banning myself off of certain sites, but it does also do quite good at ad blocking in a lot of people's reporting. And if you follow that Discord and go to the announcements channel, when I finally give you a role, you'll find that there's a YouTube version of this stream, which I find that uBlock works a little bit better on YouTube, and people have said that as well, which again, if you're a bad person and you want to avoid having to watch all of these ads like a bad person, then you could go to the YouTube stream, which is linked in my Discord channel, which is linked below. So, you know, but that's, again, I'm not recommending anything. Don't listen to what I have to say. It's a bad thing. But I am going to run a 3-minute ad right now, just so that I can go check on my baby and my partner. So I'll be back in about maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know. But here we go. Just have to press the button, and then it will. There we go. Okay. baby is here. I will be back in a little bit longer. What do you So, yo, Pool Zero, how's it going? I got my baby here, my big babby baby, which I'm not showing the face, but I am gonna run another few minutes of ads so that it'll give another block off because I gotta help Mum have brekkie. So, whew, babby. So I'll get ads, and then can I do like 600? It only disables it for like 60 minutes afterwards. Oh well. This is Babby. Look, got little legs, got little feet, little hands, little hand. Babby. All right. Let me actually go to my be right back. I don't know how long this is going to take. So let me just interact. Put this to full screen. Let me just. I'm probably going to be back before 30 minutes, but let's just chuck that on real quick. So I will be back in approximately 30 minutes. But I have command of the baby. I have command of Babby. Look at this little Babby hand. Look at his little Babby hand. Look at him. His little hand. Oh, he's grabbing my thumb. He is the love of my life. He is the reason I wake up in the morning. Not only because he starts crying at about 3 a.m., but because he's my baby. I can do a slide transition. Stinger. Oh, hang on. Biggest boy, YouTube stuff, stream materials. Stinger test. What do you mean? Files for a sec. Oh, it's not rendered here. Oh, I have to go to. He's starting to get wriggly. Sony Vegas stuff. Incomplete renders. Sorry, boy. Stream elements. Stinger. He's making noises. Alright. Preview. There we go. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it does a silly thing. Okay. Use a track map. That's the one. Same file. Preview. No. Oh no. Mask only. That's the one. Preview. That's the one. Okay. So now I can. Phew. No, it doesn't work. Oh, that's this one. My bad. I've been doing the wrong one. Stinger video file. I'm also just sort of half delaying so that Mum gets a bit of a chance to use mask only. Okay. That's the hide. There we go. How good is that? Oh, that's cool. All right. Little babies. Hang on. Baby, do you want to talk? Now that the camera can't see you, I'll sit down for a bit. You want to say hello? Do you want to say something to the microphone? that was the annuls of the amazingness of my baby boy. Anyway, so that is that, and I will be back hopefully in about 30 minutes. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, I've got a whole hour. Oh, I can't run another. Hang on. I'd like to run as many ads as I can while I'm out, just so I can prevent the total amount of ads over the course of my stream. That'd be really cool, because I'm not doing anything right now. Oh, I could grab my phone with me, bring my phone, and then just hit run ads. his face was not on the camera. thought I wouldn't be a whole 30 minutes. I figured I would be some amount of time. Let's just make sure. No, not filters. I need to interact. I'll just stop that. Shoo. Hello. I want to check something real quick. I just want to check something real quick. If I jump onto Sony Vegas. Oh, this is empty. I don't have any more coffee. Hello, Paul Zero. How are ya? You still here? I hope so. Okay, I want to check something real quick. New empty project. I need to media generators. Can I do? Oh, there's not a. There's not a noise texture. Noise texture. That's what I'm after. Yeah. Ooh. Good. Okay. Turbulent. Heavy grain. No. Heavy grain. Okay. Jagged lines. Okay. Contours. Okay. Rings. Yeah. Or if I just go turbulent. Offset. Noise parameters. Let's have a look at the noise parameters. Yep. Okay. Bias? No. Amplitude? No. Gain? How do I... Is that how noise is generated? Oh, that's very fun. Offset, I think, is what I need. Progress? Yes, that's what I'm after. That's the way. Okay, okay. So if I grab this from, say, 0 to 5, so I'll make this 5 seconds long. From 0 to 5, if I just grab this there, right, I then have the progress go from 0 to 10. Let's have a look at what that looks like. Okay, hang on. Shift B. Control Alt B. Control Shift B. No, that's not it. How do I render? Tools? Render? No. Shift M. Shift M. Oh! No. Okay, hang on. It's like Shift B or something like that. Hang on. Hang on. Shift B. Yes, that's what I'm after. So I've got... No. This is not for Godot. This is not for Godot. Yeah, noise is already in Godot for sure. This is for a stinger for Twitch. I am already distracted. Don't worry. Your job is done. I am distracted. Because this is what the noise looks like. Look at that. It's pretty fancy, don't you think? All right. So what I'm going to do is with this, I'm also going to 0, 1 is fine. I'm going to put kind of like that. Yeah. So I'll go like 0.93, right? Start off at 0.93, and then at 0.25, I'm gonna have min at 0, and then at I need to my pad. So go to 0.93, and then at 2.5, so halfway through. Yep, 2.5. I'm going to make the min go to 0. and max stays where it is. And then at 5, max goes to 0. There we go. So if I now render this, it feels so strange that Shift B is a shortcut that works in this. Shift B, not Control Shift B, just Shift B. That to me feels weird. Oh, okay, that's fine. You can go if you need to. Okay. All right. Might need to make this a smooth point. Okay. And this one, make it smooth. It is not rendered. Oh. Okay, we'll put it at draft auto. All right. There's a little bit too much of a hang time in the middle, so I'm going to shorten it to maybe 3 seconds, and then I will shorten this as well to 3 seconds. Yep. This as well to 3 seconds, and then I'll just put it to like 1, and then this one as well to like 2 seconds or something like that. Let's give that a shot. Okay, have a look. Okay, good. I might actually make this a fast fade. Let's try that. What is this brony server you've invited me into? My animation server, my dude. This is my animation server. So it was primarily made for my animations on YouTube. I used to do SFM quite a bit, and the primary focus of that was MLP, SFM. But I haven't really touched that in a very long time. But hey, you know, keep your mind open about this sort of thing. You know, noise stinger. Don't worry, we're not all cringy there. Just mostly cringy. Just mostly cringy. Don't worry about it. I will keep that there, and then I will render this as noise stinger with YouTube 60 frames a second, I guess, and then yeah, just render it there. Look, it's fine. It's okay. Okay, full zero. Remember to open up Blender and learn to create a character. Now I'm the devil. You were gonna sleep. Now you're not. How unfortunate. Oh, that starry sky looks pretty cool. Hang on, what's this look like? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. How did you do that? Ooh, okay. That's pretty cool. So it's marble, heavy grain, number of layers 5. Okay. You can do point layers? Amazing. That's interesting. Okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now I'm going to jump over to this, and I'm going to test not the scene transition. Here we go. I'm going to look at the properties of my scene transition and go to noise stinger and see what that looks like. Okay. Okay. Why did you do that? Hang on, hang on, hang on a fucking, hang on a fuck. Hang on a second. Oh, and I think as well, it needs to my progress actually needs to be nothing. It needs to be nothing. My progress doesn't actually need to move at all. Yeah, and then I might actually, hang on. No, let's delete that one and make this one a slow fade and just move it to the right slightly. Move it to the right. Go 2.2 seconds. Okay, let's give that a shot. Oh, okay. I need to make. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, I need to make that like 0.1 or something like that. That's dumb. Can I? What does this look like when it lowers? I suppose that's probably the better option, I guess. Maybe. What's the bias do? Oh, bias might actually be a better one. Now I think about it. Oh, okay. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Yes. Yes. Let's get rid of that as well. Okay, let's do bias instead. So this one starts off at a 0 bias and then at 3 seconds goes to max bias. Yeah. There's this weird transition point in the middle where it doesn't look like anything's happening. Doesn't look like anything is happening there. Okay, so let's give it a shot. But what about, hang on, what about amplitude? Ooh, I like that. Hang on. Oh, okay. Maybe it's actually amplitude that I need to use. So at 0 it goes to 0, and then at that it goes to max. Let's have a look. That's what I'm after. That's what I'm after. Mm-hmm. And I'll make this one actually a smooth fade. There we go. And then I'm going to make the minimum point actually here. So this is 1.288, so I might actually make this 1.2. 1.56 is okay. And then the maximum point is about, is fine. Should be right. But I will just put that to be at max. I just make it go from say 0.6, which is fine, to max at about here. Yeah. And then make that one a slow fade. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, give that a shot. Cool, that's great. Now I'm going to, and I think I will actually just play with doing progress slightly. So from like here to, I want to say 0.6 or something, like something, a minor, just a slow progress. Yeah, something like that. What is happening? I'm creating a stinger. This is very much not what I should be doing, but that's what you can expect in these live streams. Never am I ever going to be doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing. You came here for a specific purpose? You're not going to find that purpose here. What are you, crazy? This is great. This is perfect. Perfect. Excellent. Look at that. Look at that stinger. That's great. I love that. All right. I'm going to render it as a noise stinger. Yes, replace the existing file. Damn it. All right, I need to not use this for now. Press OK. I need to come back to here. I need to render, replace. Good. I needed to clear its use in memory. Give me a second. Just give me a quick, cheeky little quick second here. Good. Okay. And now I will grab the stinger here, use noise stinger, preview that. Oh, beautiful. Beauty. And now when I change, how cool is that? Be right back. Yeah, that's the way. It's almost like I should be playing the spy's cloak sound effect. Hang on a second. Now you've got me looking at my TF2 fucking files now. I'm blaming everyone but myself. Common, Half-Life 2, HL2 sound. No, it's not Half-Life 2. Fuck me, I'm an idiot. TF2, more like. Team Fortress 2, HL2 sound? No. TF sound? No. No, it's actually, it's common. I can go back to my main PC, Biggest Boy G, scroll all the way down to my SFM game folder, and then TF sound. Here we go. Weapons? Cloak. I'm looking for the cloak sound effect. No, it's in player. Spy uncloak. There's also spy cloak. Yes. There's this sound effect. And then there's this sound effect. So there's this sound effect. And then there's this sound effect, which I think I'll use. I'll use this one. There we go. How cool is that sound effect, hey? Let's see if that works. So I'll just need to, I can't close stream elements because obviously it'll properties, we'll go ahead and just go ahead and browse, choose a different folder, okay, and just render that out. I'm not even sure if the sound will actually do its thing properly when I use it, but we'll see how it goes. So now I will browse noise stinger, audio monitoring, monitor and output. Fade out to transition point, and then fade in crossfade. Oh no, that's a different thing. Oh, okay. Ooh. Ooh. Monitor only. Oh, okay. Yes. Is there a way I can make it quieter? Because it's a little bit loud. It's a little bit loud. So if I now does it sound a little bit loud to you? Is that loud? Is that super loud? Okay, hang on. Yeah, that's probably a bit loud. So let me put it down to like -5, and I'll just render it as quiet as it's supposed to be. So browse, change it to that, save this, render this, render, yes. Oh, damn it. Go okay. Save this, render as render, yes. Okay, cool. I probably should have tested the sound level first, hey. Would have been a good idea. Sadly, I don't have these good ideas often. That's what my partner's for. Hang on, let me have a look. Maybe a little bit quieter actually. -8 decibels. That's a little bit too loud again. Let's try -12. Give it a shot. That's a bit better. That's a bit nicer. I want to say that's a bit nicer. Okay. I'm not sure if you could hear that. Was my son screaming in the background. He's just learned how to scream. He has learned how to scream. So that's the new power that he has. I'm not sure if you can hear that. That's incredible. It's incredible. Okay. I like all the noise things that it has. Like check out these microscopic threads for a sec. Look at that. That looks wild. Look at that. That's creepy. That's really creepy. What about blood cells? Plasma. Lava. Lava's good. But yeah, anyway. You could hear that, yeah, you could hear my son screaming in the background. Yes, very good. Let's try this one. Okay. And then give it a shot. Let's go back to my Be Right Back. Yeah, that's the way. Excellent. And then I can also do on my beautiful face, I can do my hide transitions, which is a stinger as well, which can be this one. Track matte, not side by side, but mask only. And then preview that. Yeah, okay, cool. And then I can do a show transition as well, which is the stinger. Properties, browse, this one, open. Use track matte, mask only, monitor off. Preview. Very cool. So now when I hide myself, then I can show myself. Very cool. Oh, it's not show. Oh, hello. Oh, it's not doing it. Damn it. Why is it? Hang on. Hang on. Why are you breaking? properties? Yeah, okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I can officially be destroyed. Okay, there we go. Cool, that was a nice little detour. Anyway, back to what I'm supposed to be doing. So, I am trying to figure out why my default icon from my global icons is not showing properly. Because my icon refers to the texture. Is that how I change a texture in code? Because that may not be actually what it's supposed to be happening. Dot com no dot. Okay, hang on. Let's have a look at texture 2D because I can change the texture. It should be image texture, isn't it? Yeah, okay. It needs to be image texture, not texture 2D. That's probably why it's not working. So if I come up here and say image texture, give that a shot, and then come back to this upgrade slider, default icons, yep. So if I then look up this, I can then do image texture. The only problem is image texture 2D. Oh, it's image texture. And then load may not be. Oh, no, it is. Yeah. No, it isn't. It's a texture 2D. Oh, image.load from file. That's what I need to say. So in global icons, I need to do default icon equals image.load from file. The path is options logo. There we go. And that's the default icon. Dot texture. Very good. Equals image texture.new. Great. Let's give that a try. Great. Dumb. Very dumb. Yeah, again, I'm still dumb. Hang on. Okay. Image texture dot create from image. Damn it. Fucking moron. Alright. From image. Image load from file. Dumb. That also means, however, that I can just straight away X this and put it right here. Get rid of this. Pass. Here we go. So now my image texture, and this can actually be back to being a const, because I thought it needed to be. Damn it. Okay, so it's a var, whatever. Let's give it a try. Damn it. Oh. Hang on. That is a compressed texture. Does it? Hang on a fucking second. Make it nothing. Give it a shot. On a null value. Damn it. New image texture. There's a lot more textures as well. Camera texture. Oh, that's insane. That is insane. Camera texture. Fuck yeah. Drawable texture. Ooh. There's so many more textures available. Previously, you used to cut off at like here. All of these are external texture. Ooh. Ooh. And noise texture. That's what you were talking about before. Noise texture is now a new texture that you can do. Oh, automatically scalable texture 2D based on an SVG image. Oh, very nice. Okay, so I can actually make the icon then. I'll just make it an image texture, and then I'll put in options logo, I think is the options logo. Damn it. Damn it. Yes, you can generate those in code. The noise textures and noise as well can be generated in code. Oh yeah. But now I can actually like do things in this as well, which is always fun. And you can also use noise textures because again, what was I saying about how everything is? The everything in code is what? Sorry? Yes, a series of numbers. A list of numbers, and that's all a noise texture is as well. I've actually utilized noise texture in a different project to make the same thing that I'm using the stinger for, making me like I use that in one of my other projects. So yeah, using noise texture, but generated through code, not through a texture itself. So I find it frustrating. Hang on. Copy path. Copy absolute path. There we go. Oh, fuck me. Copy path. Why is it not? What the hell? What? Why are you making me write this? Why are you making me write this? It's not doing Control C. Dumb. And now, why is this? Guess I need to create new resource. Texture 2D, image texture. Create. From this, save. Oh, cancel. File. Image. What? Texture 2D, image texture. Create. Oh, okay. Generic icon. Save it there for now. Let's have a look. This is the image texture object property. Oh man. Why doth thou do it this way? Man. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, let's delete that. Remove. And let's just say if t equals null, return. Okay. Yay, it worked. Great. don't know why that was so fucking painful. Alright. Dumb. Okay. Yes, so default icon now works, and if I look over here, it says image texture now, which is great. This is good stuff. I need a lot of water for this. Oh dear. Oh, and I just need to make sure that my ads are not playing again. Yeah, so I ran a whole bunch of 3-minute ads when I was away, and it refueled, yes. What's the, hang on, what's the bottle slosh? Bottle slosh. What's this one sound like? You love making humanoids in Blender? Great. Play. Oh, it played. Oh, it's because I have this. Now play it. Oh, that's it. Great. Now this one. That's, ow, that was painful. I'm sorry. Try it again. Excellent. That's what I need to hear. Bottle of scrumpy. Yeah, that's the way. Is there a drink sound? Drink. There's got to be. How is there not a drink sound? Surely there's a drink sound. Surely. There's this one. Okay, that's a dumb one. Yeah, it's got to be in, because I know that, of course, both the let's go into HL2. Here it is. HL2 sound. I'm gonna go with player. There's got to be a drink sound somewhere here. No, these aren't. Yeah, no, these aren't. No. Sound. Let's go back to TF2, because of course all the drinking noises are actually in TF2. So sound. Item. I could also just do sound search, sound drink. Okay, there's this one. That's the word. That's the noise I was looking for. Alright, now I went through that stupid fucking sidetrack. Unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. Let's jump into close all other tabs. Now let's have a look at my icons. Now, that's not your fault, it's my fault. It's a completely unnecessary sidetrack. Don't worry, Kebuth. Welcome back, by the way. I keep forgetting to say that. But yeah, welcome back. Now we know what the sound sounds like. You can just pretend like I play it every time. It is absolutely necessary to be sidetracked. It's absolutely necessary to find that noise and then never play it. Yep. Okay, so var damage icon. This is probably the least efficient way to do this. This is probably the least efficient way. There's gotta be a better way. There's gotta be a better way. Because, like, Dom, right? Oh, hang on. So, damage icon, var, ammo icon. Surely there's another way. So if I just right, and like fire rate icon. Oh. And I will just do this, do this, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's fine. And I'll grab this and fire rate icon, bullet count icon. Because the other thing that I like doing is being able to select things from the drop down and see the things that I'm selecting, right? Bullet count, and then what's the word? What's the burst icon, and so on. And then penetration bar, penetration. Right, and then I'll just go ahead and copy path, and I mean I could just do this. I don't have to 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Excellent. So these are the upgrades I have: damage, ammo, fire rate, bullet count, burst, and penetration. I also kind of want a DPS one because I reckon DPS is going to be a thing I'm going to create. So I will just jump on this. And Paul Zero, I hope you're watching on YouTube because I need 20 seconds to do this properly. It's a 16 by 16. Oh, actually, cancel. I will recent projects, upgrade icons. There we go. Here we go. And then I'm going to add, and then my pixel size back down to 1, and then I guess I'm going to do. I guess. Yeah. Remember my Minecraft circle creating abilities. I'm gonna make a little circle here. See, who said Minecraft wasn't useful for anything? Oh, I need to. Very good. And oh, yeah. I'm making a little circle, and then I'm just gonna add like a little button doodler here, and then another little button doodler here. Excellent. And like this. No, they need to be lower. Well. Ah, perfect. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Perfect. Ah, brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, good. Good. You are in fact watching on YouTube. That's good because it means it's delayed so I can create my thing. I got a head start. That's my stupid little clock. There we go. And now I'm just going to do that, Done. That's a little time icon, but it doesn't really scream damage. So what I can actually do is I can copy this, bring this across, and then what I can do is I can actually, hang on, I can make this slightly transparent, because this can also mean cooldown. Like this can mean cooldown. This can mean a whole bunch of other things. Blending. I would have been way done before you even read that message. Yeah, no, I'm fair. I'm fair. Look, that's fair. It's fair. I can even copy this, paste it over, but add to selection. Dumb. Let me grab this, and I will need to erase down to, like, I want to say maybe 100. That's not 50%. It's 100. Let me just bring all this up so I can. Oh. Copy, undo, come over here, paste. Oh. Add to selection. Paste. Damn it. Subtract from selection. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. God. Alright. See. Undo. Here. Oh, that's the selection. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, of course, I need to add another layer. Dumb. Okay. Not the program, me. I am the dumb. There we go. And now I can collapse this layer, right? I can merge it down. There we go. That looks like a mess of nothing. Steam started playing a video, then you're confused as where the screaming and shouting was coming from. I promise you, it's not me yet. This thing is making me. Nah. Nah. I'm not liking this at all, actually. I'm not liking this at all. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Oh, I've got a follower. Why didn't it play the thing? It didn't play the thing. I got a random. Hang on. Why didn't it play the thing? Because apparently this guy, cookin underscore BK, is following me now on Twitch. Yes, you can ask a question. Hello. And it didn't play the that usually happens when you click follow, unless you followed and then joined the stream. Interesting choice of procedure and format, but go ahead and ask a question. What the fuck? Go ahead and ask your question. I also love I sort of hate the format of that question as well. Hi, can I ask a question? Like, you're asking for permission to ask a question, sure, but the process of asking for that permission is the format of asking that question is in fact asking a question. So my question is, why not just skip to the question that you wanted to ask and just say, can I ask? And your question is, You're 22 and you want to make a 3D horror games in Unity and C Sharp, but I want to actually know, do people actually memorize code when doing game dev? Don't ask to ask.com. That can't be a real thing. Hang on. What is that? Every now and then in online chat rooms I hang around, someone pops in and says something along the lines of, no, that's right. I find that amusing. Don't ask to ask.com. Fair. I understand the idea that streamers don't like asking questions. I'm not one of those streamers. But if the streamer doesn't like asking questions and you ask the question and then they say, I don't want to answer that, then I mean, it's kind of that's kind of on them, isn't it? But yes. So the question: do people actually memorize code when doing game dev? Yeah, and Pool Zero's summary of is pretty much exactly what I was going to say. You're reading the documentation and forgetting shit you wrote 20 minutes ago. Yes, 100%. It comes to, you don't memorize code, but you memorize syntax and you memorize where you got the code from, or at least the procedure of how to find what you need to do. And again, I'm making that a very flowery way of saying 90% of programming is documentation and Google searching. Legit. And I do say this very specifically. The ability to know how to Google search is incredibly important to know, because you need to understand exactly what it is you're trying to find. Like, for instance, what I'm trying to do is set an image texture as a variable in my global class here. There's a few things to research, right? You can research, and again, research. You can Google how to do a global class in Godot, and then it will show you the project settings globals here, and this is how you do a global class in Godot. And then how do you set an image texture as a variable? You'll have to do this big long bloody bullshit thing, and the way that I figured that out was by looking up this image texture symbol, and this is the documentation, and you can see here texture equals image texture.create from image, and this is the image load from file, and this is the file that you load in. So texture image texture.create from image, and that's how you set the sprite 2D texture. Done, right? Prefer to. Oh, hang on. For image to be displayed, image texture to be created from... Yep. This way, textures can be created runtime by loading images from both within the editor and externally. Prefer to load imported textures with gdscript.load, overloading them from within the file system dynamically with image.load, as it may not work in exported projects. Okay, this is because images have to be imported as a compressed texture 2D first to be loaded with gdscript.load. If you'd still like to load an image file just like any other resource, import it as an image resource instead, and then load it normally using the gdscript load method. Oh dear. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. Oh dear. So I could just do load. But okay, now the question is, if I export my project, will it still load all the icons that I want to do? Oh man. and then yes. So and this is the other 10% of code. Actually, I'm gonna have to redo the proportion of programming skills, where it's, it's like 60% Googling and documentation and 40% realizing that you went down a rabbit hole and then you fucking did the wrong thing and then everything breaks when you try it out the first time. That's what happens. Because I can. Yeah, yeah. So and that's the thing. You constantly improve your programming ability, and it just keeps repeating. And the tool or the code, fucking the the trick, right? The trick that Paul Zero is pointing out here about the loop of you learn to write code at a certain level, then you learn something game changing, and then you apply that to your code, and then you rewrite what you've learned. That makes your program a lot quicker, a lot faster, and a lot more. Oh, I'll get to what you said in a second. Um, the trick is finding out how to complete your project whilst also doing that cycle, and where to break that cycle so you can actually complete your project. Now, you said, all right, you said, also got told to use AI to learn, but I'm iffy about because it is learning faster, but I mean solo dev, you have a lot as a solo dev, so I think memorizing code will be more stressful and annoying. The chat has supplanted, gone ahead of me for what I was about to say. Don't use AI. My personal advice: do not use AI to learn to code. I have a voice, so I'll let Quillo tell this one so you get in a voice and makes a bigger impact. Absolutely. My personal advice: do not use AI to learn how to code. Again, AI and Google can be used in a similar way. You can ask it questions for how do I do a certain thing, but don't ever use AI to say, can you program this thing to do that? Because it will try to do that and it will give you a something, but in that procedure, you have learned very little. Very little has actually been learned in that procedure. So when you are trying to learn to program to start with, make the mistakes. Grind your head against sandpaper, smash your head against the wall, because by doing that, eventually that wall will break and you will enter into a world of creation and ability that you never thought was possible before. But if you let AI explore that, then you yourself will never get better. So yes, you could use AI to as a research assistant to help you find where to learn things, but don't ever use AI to write code for you. That's my personal opinion. Because in that way, the AI gets better and you don't get better. And in terms of programming, always self-improvement is the best thing that you can do. So it's a shortcut, but it's really, but at what cost is the question that I'm asking here. I'd rather do this and have it break and then learn why it's breaking and then learn the better way to do what I'm doing here than have an AI just do the thing first. Because I wouldn't have known about load from file, I wouldn't know create from image, I wouldn't even know the difference between load. That's the important thing, isn't it? Load. Because now I can search up what, not the online docs, please not the online docs. I'm just going to search help and search up what load does. Load. Let's have a look at load. So load returns a resource from the file system located at the absolute path. Unless it's already referenced elsewhere, such as in another script of the scene, the resource is loaded from the disk on function call, which may cause a slight delay, especially when loading large scenes. To avoid unnecessary delays when loading something multiple times, either store the resource in a variable or use preload. This method is equivalent of using resource_loader.load with that. Resource paths can be obtained by right-clicking on a resource in the file system and choosing copy path, or by dragging the file in the system. Instead of res, yeah, that's fine. Resource loader.load, that's fine. Files have to be imported into the engine first to load them using this function. If you want to load images at runtime, you may use image.load. If you want to import audio files, you can use the snippet described in this. Runtime loading of files present within the PCK or converts text resources to binary. Okay. Ooh. Hint. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So that's what the resource load is, and resource returns just the resource. So if I I will try, if I come back to global icons, I will try just one. In fact, on default icon here, I will just comment this out, and then I'll say just load this. Load options logo. Just that. And see if that works. Okay. Oh, that's where compressed texture comes in. So compressed texture 2D. Okay. Because this will load that as a compressed texture. And I think compressed texture is actually a little bit better. Because... now check this out. So, hang on. As you were saying, so you were saying, Cookin, that you've been trying to learn for 4 years, but you wasted time because you never stuck with one thing. I always tried learning different things like Python, C#, Java, web development, and game dev. I switched a lot, never got nowhere, and after all that, I thought for like 6 months it was too late to learn game dev since I already wasted 4 years. It's okay. There's a couple parts to that story. It's never too late to learn game dev. Never, ever too late. You could be 80 years old, have a history in bloody welding, fabrication, or whatever. It is never too late to learn game dev. Never, ever, ever, ever. Don't ever think that game development is something that you can't do. You have not wasted any time. You were 22 years old. 22. You are a child. I am 30. I am 30 this year. I have a life of not doing this behind me. I only learnt how to program. The first line of code I ever written was in Python at university when I was 19 or so years old. 18, 19 years old. It is never, ever too late to learn game design, programming, or anything. In fact, I need to hang on. I need to hang on. It is never too late to learn these things. It is never too late to learn these things. Anything. And this applies to absolutely anything that you'll ever do in your entire life. It is never too late to learn anything. Ever. So don't ever let yourself cut yourself off at the beginning just because you believe you may be learning this at a disadvantage. Never do that. Never, ever. And don't ever let yourself prevent yourself from learning anything. And again, this is with anything that you can ever do in your life. Because you are 22 at this moment. Again, you are a child. You're still a child. You don't become an adult until at least 25. You may be legally an adult because you're over the age of 18. But exactly what Paul Zero is saying. That's the best way to learn anything. Just fuck around and find out. It's not just to do something dangerous and you get the consequences, but it's do something fun and then you learn things. You find out what you're doing as you're fucking around. But that's the most important thing. And again, you will, if you allow yourself to prevent yourself from learning anything just because you may be of a certain age and you may have wasted, quote unquote, wasted a certain amount of time in your past, then you will always have the idea that you've wasted your time in the past. Because think about next year, you're 23 and you still haven't learned how to program properly because you wasted all this time that you could have had when you were 22. You're 25. You've wasted the last 3 years not learning how to program, and now you won't want to start because you've wasted the last 3 years not learning it. You're 30 now. You're my age now. You're 30 now. And you've wasted the last 8 years because you thought at that time that you've wasted the last 6 months or 4 years trying to learn a program and you never did. And now you're 30 and you had the last 14 years to learn how to program and you decided not to do anything. Because at that point, no. Just no. You have to prevent that from becoming that default line of thinking. So again, it is never too late to learn anything. And even if you decide, I don't want to learn it, and then at the age of 30, you're like, oh, maybe I might give it a go, that's fine. Because it is never too late to learn something. Look, and it was quite poignant because I didn't know how to make stingers and transitions on OBS. But you know what? It even has sound. I learned that because I decided to go like, fuck it, let's give it a shot. And at some point, I'm going to learn how to do the effects and all these like Twitch based fun things that can happen with these things. I started streaming a couple years ago. I've never learnt it. I've never felt the need to learn it at this point. But like at the end of it, it's something that I will eventually get to. And I've put it on my line. At the moment, I'm just doing the programming thing right now, and that's what I'm trying to figure out on that. I do love programming and loading all that sort of stuff, but I'm sort of getting ahead of myself here. The important thing to remember is, again, it is never too late to learn anything. So, when you were saying that you never really stuck to one thing, that's okay, and that's good. Because when the most important thing to learn when you're programming is syntax, only syntax. And I'm not talking about the exact way of writing programming in any particular language. It's about how you translate what you want the computer to do into the program that you're using. So GD script is based off of Python. And the way that Python works is quite similar to most other programming languages. The way that Python works, and let me just, when Python opens up, the way that Python works is that your variables are volatile. This means that anything can be anything. So A is 1, 2, 3, A is 1, 2, 3, but then A can also, A can plus by 4, and you get A plus 4, which is that, but you can also set A to the, you can also set A to the text of 1. A is now 1, and you didn't have to convert or destroy or anything like that. It's very small. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me configure idle size 40. Let's just apply. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. So that's what. Oh, hang on. I didn't realize it had resized the screen as well. But this is actually quite fun. This is quite comfy right here. But now you can actually print A, and that makes it 1. You can also set A to 12, and then you can also print A, right? Setting variables is the syntax to sort of know. In C#, it's written like this. You have an int, which is called A, and then you set that to a number, right? That's how you set things in C#. In Python, you just do the variable name, and you do whatever you want it to be. And it's really important in C#, for instance, if you set int A equals 23, and then you try to do something with A that is a thing that you require a string, so this grabs a, and now you got, what's it called? Print ln, something like that. For the C#, the print to console, it's a little bit different, but that's where the method is. But you got print A. In C#, this would break because A is an int. A was set as an int. In C#, that would break. You have to do print the, it's either A.2 string. It's either A.2 string or it's you cast it as a string and then you print it. Right. That's what you have to do in C#. But the thing is that there are some programs like Python which do that automatically and allow you to do that. Console log. Console log is a mono-developed behavior. Console.log is I think that's mono-developed. Console.log text. I'm pretty sure that's mono-developed because I know there's print ln is I think a C# thing, but in any case, regardless, what you need to understand with programming is just what a variable is, what a method is, how to call a method and input a variable in your method, and what you can then do with variables. So you've got the variable manipulation. If you set a variable as a certain number, you can then modify it in ways that you want to that allow you to do that. So that's realistically all you need to learn. And once you have that basic fundamental down, you can make some pretty funny and scary things. Like for instance, this, here we go. In Australia, capital gains is a very weird and funny thing. Um, Now we're talking about tax. Let's talk about tax. So in Australia, when you buy an asset like gold, when you sell that asset, depending on the amount that it has appreciated, you need to pay tax on that amount, on the difference between what you bought it for and what you sold it for. Gold is a bit funny. Now, when it comes to an asset, like say this was a thing I bought, and it's an appreciating asset because it's made of like diamond or silver or something. It's a piece of jewelry, and it's like a valuable thing, right? If I buy this for $100 in 1996, if I bought this for $100 in 1996 and then sold it in 2000 for $600 million because it's a variable thing, the difference between what I bought it for, $100, and what I sold it for, 600 million, is my capital gains, and I pay tax on that 600 million minus 100. Gold is a little bit different because gold is not a physical object, it is an amount of a physical object. So say I've got a cup of water, but I bought only half a cup of water, and then I sold a quarter of that cup and I have a quarter remaining. It's a little bit more confusing to figure out how to do your capital gains tax when it comes to an asset like gold or cryptocurrency, because you're translating your money from one thing to another, and that thing isn't really a thing, it's an amount of a thing. In this case, it's troy ounce, which is the ounce, the measurement of how much gold that you can buy. So what you need to do in Python, I set a class called the capital transactions. I set an array of a variable called events to an array that is storing all of the capital transactions. I also have a different class called a gold sell event and a gold buy event. All of those are different classes, and I can set up these different things, which allows me to figure out how much of a gold purchase is used in a gold sell to determine the capital gains on any particular gold buy or gold sell event. It's complicated, it's frustrating, it's weird, but this is what you can do when you've learnt that fundamentals. And all of this is all of what I've described previous in this. It's all just this. It is a variable, it is a method using that variable, and its variables being manipulated. In here, say, let's have a look at my gold purchase class. I have set certain variables. I've set those variables as certain things. So that's a variable being set as whatever I put date in the initializing thing. I then add that particular transaction to the events, which is that. And then you are able to modify the variables and gains. You set them as certain strings, and you add a string to another string, and then you set it as the thing, and then you return that string, and you do funny things. And what that allows you to do is to translate not only like decades of work, but also, I am checking YouTube chat, by the way. It's Kavan. I am checking YouTube chat, Mr. It's Kavan. You are on YouTube, and I am checking it. Very rarely, though. It's quite different because I just happen to look across and I say, "Oh, look at all this text." I am checking both YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is like 20 seconds behind, though. So Twitch is about 6 seconds behind. YouTube is about 20 seconds behind. So anyway, all I'm doing is running a code, getting whatever that code returns, and printing that variable. And if I just run that real quick, boom. And it just did the thing. I've got a sale event in 2024 on the 5th of November 2024 for about $5,000. I sold 1.2 troy ounce for $4,090, which was about $4,096 per troy ounce, with a total gain of about $770, which means if I have a look at, let me make sure I call this correctly, capital transactions.events. You can have a look at all of these events that I've done. If I do and this is now a loop thing, for T in capital transactions.events, I can do print T. There we go. And you can see all of the purchases and sells. You can see I made a purchase in 2022 for 0.073 Troy ounce for $208 at about $2,800 per Troy ounce, with a total gain at the end of $41. So this code lets me see that this 0.037 Troy ounce, I sold 0.073 Troy ounce in my first purchase event for $41 difference, $41 difference. So this type of complicated magic is something that you can do when you've learnt your programming syntax and programming fundamentals. Your programming languages, really, there's just not much difference between them. The syntaxes might be a little bit different, but the way that the program runs, it's very similar between them. And you can translate your knowledge in any language to knowledge in any other language, because that's what you've got to figure out. What is a variable? What is a function? How do I run variables? And arguably the next thing is, how do I do loops? Because loops is one of the most fundamental things in programming. But yeah, so whew. Tangent aside, let's go back to this. You did say some other things in here, so let me have a look at what Kavan was saying at in YouTube chat. Let's just come over here. You were saying, thanks for what you were saying. You've been using AI to code a bit in Godot, even though you have the skills to do it yourself. You literally fix your code yourself. I'm just so unconfident due to people around me being so much better. You're just doing this for your own childhood dream of making your own game that you've been too scared to code yourself, thinking that all you can do is ruin your own program. I understand that. I understand that fear, and it's a very reasonable fear to have. But again, it's like, look, has any painter, someone who paints things with paint, been discouraged by the fact that Michelangelo exists? Michelangelo has existed, and I will never be as good as Michelangelo, so therefore you shall never paint at all? No, you paint because you want to create something. And just because someone might be better than you doesn't mean you should use that as an excuse to not do the thing you want to do. And that doesn't matter what area that's in. And again, what other people say, it's just, you just never stop yourself because someone else has done a thing. If that was the case, then no one would learn how to speak, because we all learn how to speak, right? We all know our own individual languages. Mr. Pool Zero here knows like 50 of them. But just because someone knows a language doesn't mean you're going to stop yourself from learning that language. And just because someone speaks it better doesn't mean you should stop yourself from learning that language. And like what Camuth was saying, and again, it's Kavan here on YouTube, but Camuth is on Twitch. It's a bit weird. I'm trying to translate, for example, what you're saying, Mr. Camuth on Twitch. Michelangelo would probably want you to paint as well. In fact, one of the things that Michelangelo had, pretty sure it's Michelangelo during the Renaissance painter, was a painting tutoring shop. He was tutoring people how to paint. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain it was Michelangelo. It was one of the two. It was either Michelangelo or Da Vinci, one of the two. Like, I'm pretty sure Da Vinci was an architect and an engineer as well as a painter, but in any way. So you see, Swedish, English, Polish, Pool Zero is saying you know Swedish, English, Polish fluently, and you're learning Spanish and Arabic. Does that mean that I shouldn't learn Spanish just because Pool Zero is learning Spanish and he probably speaks it better than me? No. You do the thing that you want to do because that's the thing you want to do, and you shouldn't let that little and again, what's my Twitch? It is on my in my Discord server. It's fuck it, I'll just put it in www https twitch.tv/Quillo Manor. That should put you straight to it. That is on my Twitch. But yeah, don't consider it I wouldn't call it a stupid fear. It's irrational. I want to say it is irrational, but it's not stupid, you know, because it does take it's a bit of a thinking process to get yourself into that fear, to get yourself stopped. It's a bit of a thinking thing, and like the amount of biological evolution that goes into that thinking process as well is it's kind of brilliant. It's kind of amazing because it's sort of like it's a fear based on your social expectations and where you fit in your social hierarchy. And so the fear is more centered around being ostracized out of the group because you're not as good at a certain thing as other people are. So you're not part of that clan anymore. And again, humans are social creatures, so we like fitting into certain things. And so the idea that I'm not good at a certain thing means that I can't be in this group, and that's something I need to avoid. Understandable. So it's not a stupid fear, it's irrational. And I wouldn't necessarily call it stupid. So don't blame yourself for having that fear, but you can always put the energy that you would have put towards either hating yourself for never learning these things or hating yourself for having this fear in the first place. Put that energy towards learning the thing that makes you not want to do the thing before. That makes sense. So let yourself fail. And that's one of the big reasons why I'm doing this on Twitch, on stream. This is why I'm doing this here, because I'm making my mistakes publicly. And then people will come in and say, oh, you could do this in a much better way. And I'm like, oh yeah? Do tell. And then they tell me that much better way. And then I learn that much better way. And then I get better at programming. So there you go. There will be an ad break in a minute and a half. I hate ads. So if you have both Twitch and YouTube open at the same time, there you go. And welcome, it's Kavan. Oh, there we go. See, this was the thing that was meant to play when Cookin subscribes. I don't know why it didn't play when Cookin did the thing, but that's what it was supposed to say. Now just imagine it says Cookin as well. Anyway. Yeah. So that's the sort of mindset that you should have when programming. If you are frustrated at yourself, you think you're stupid, you think you're pathetic, you think that nothing can happen, that means you are starting to learn things, and that means you are unlocking the magic of programming. Check this out as well. This was something that I had learned from someone else. So I want to change all of this to be the same as this. So check this out. Ready? I'm going to highlight this and copy, press Control C, and now I'm going to highlight all of this up to where I want to replace it, because I want to replace this with that. And then I press Control D to select the other ones. And now I've got multiple cursors. I can press Control V and look at all that. Oh, okay, hang on. One second. I select all of this because that's what I want to replace. D, V. Oh, and I also need to get rid of... Oh, hang on. I could do this faster again because I've selected all of these. I've copied my cursors across. I can press Control V to make this all load, and I can press End to put it to the end of the thing, and then I press Delete to get rid of that extra bracket. I used Control D so often. It's just a GD script native thing. It just happens in this, and it is so fucking powerful. It is so powerful. Like, for instance, check this out. If I wanted to, for some reason, translate these into getters and setters. Oh, I gotta. Oh, it's a ring collection thing that I'm going to be doing on the 11th, which is good at this time. If I wanted to say add getters and setters to these things, I can select var, copy my cursors across, and then use Control right to put my cursor at the end of all of the text that I'm selecting. And then I can do Control right again. I can then do this. I can then do this. I can then do this. And now all of those are getters. It's in some other editors too. Okay. It's in some other editors. I'm pretty sure Visual Studio might have it. Maybe some other editors might have it. Okay. This is what I learned in the GD script. It's fucking powerful. It's so cool. And get this. This is the other mind-blowing thing about the duplicating your selection thing. Ready? I'm gonna select this right now. I'm gonna go quiet, and I'm gonna let you see just how powerful this is. Right? I've duplicated my cursor to select all of my getters. I'm gonna go down to the return. I'm gonna go to the end, and then I'm just gonna select these. I'm gonna copy that, put it at the end, and paste. Each cursor has its own internal clipboard. Each cursor has its own internal clipboard that you can copy and paste things with uniquely. Do you recognize how fucking incredible that is? Anyway, I'm gonna undo what I was doing, put them all back to what it should be, which is what I want it here, which is this is all I need it to be. But yeah, so each cursor has its own internal clipboard. How amazing is that? Anyway. So I've got 2 new viewers. Let's see what I'm creating. Oh, okay. I need my icon value of image texture. My upgrade icon here is not an image texture. I'm going to make that a compressed texture 2D, which is what it should be. My icon is a. I'm just gonna refund this. I'm gonna put this here just because that's the. Actually, I'm gonna make it something that's not the default, so I know that the default is changing. What's happening? Let me just go ahead and replay the game. Okay, I'll get to what you said in a sec. I just need to double check this. Okay, it's done the thing properly. It's create all of this. Play reset. It's done the thing properly. Good. And then I can. Very cool. That's what the upgrade slider is. My design fundamentals, I want to say, in all the things that I programmed, is that I hate UI, which I've sort of learned how to do a little bit, and I'm very program heavy. I'm not that great at animation. You can see, these are all animations I've created. Nice. I'm not super great at it, but you learn things that you're not good at, surprisingly, and then you start getting good at something. Jake the dog, sucking at something is the first step towards being sort of good at something. So, very important. To that effect, all my particle systems are based off of just the default square that it gives you when you don't put a texture on your particle system. And that's also the same for my little upgrade thing. There you go. That's that little particle effect. That's just all the default. It's just fucking around with my particle system to find how to do this, and that's just cool. It's just cool. And then I can change weapons and yeah, all of that stuff. And this menu as well is also not UI. It's just kind of a thing that appears in front of the screen, and then I can get rid of the thing doing that. Anyway, that's the game that I'm making. And now, Cookin, you said, thank you to everyone who's helped me. I've been really stressing about this a lot. I watched tutorials and always thought I had to memorize what I learned and memorize the code. From what you all told me, I don't have to. Correct. So you don't have to memorize everything rote or by rote. Thank you. Thank you for the saying that it's a really cool transition. I appreciate that. Because I put some thinking into it. I want it to be cool, I want things to like, oh, that's satisfying, that's really cool. Because that's where my sort of game design focus is making things that look really cool and really satisfying. And that's something that I want. Anyway. Yeah, so you don't ever have to memorize the code. There are, again, certain things that you do memorize. The more you interact with your or with the program language, there are certain things you memorize. Like I memorized that to set a var, I say var icon. That's what I've memorized. But when I was starting to learn Godot, coming from Python, again, Python, you just write icon. I researched, I said, how do you do a variable in Godot? And it will tell you. It will tell you this very easily. If I make a new window here and I research how to set a variable in Godot, or rather GD script is the name of the language. How to set a variable in GD script, variables, right here. And you can see, oh, var score equals 0. Oh, so you have to write var. That's a very JavaScript format of creating. I like it how I've just flashbanged myself with this white screen. That's a very JavaScript format. It'll also but it's a very Python version of this JavaScript format, because JavaScript has volatile functions, but JavaScript will still know what the type is of the variable that you've set, so you may not be able to do certain things with the variable that you've set. But JavaScript requires you to write var and then set the text of whatever your variable is. And same thing with this is a very Python heavy thing. Func, that's also in JavaScript, I believe. But in Python, it's def, D-E-F, to define a method. It is called in Python, it's a method, not a function. But function, it's kind of everywhere else. Method, function, same thing. And you write it by saying func, name of the thing, any variables that you want to put in. Very important, you have the brackets there, and then the colon. That's a very Python format. And then you write whatever you want on your white space. Python is very white space heavy. In other languages, white space is just an aesthetic choice. So if I just open up Notepad here for a sec, not Notepad++, just Notepad, just System Notepad. C#, you got a public void, a public function which can be accessed from any other class. It returns nothing, and you call it some name, and then you have int a variable, which is an int, and you don't do that, you do this. Now, aesthetically, you would do this. So you return a variable multiplied by 2. So your sum name, the function sum name, and then I can't remember. Again, I can't remember what the name is for running the. I can't remember what the name is for running a code from the compile. So what I will do is I will look up, and again, I know what the name is of it. It's called the main function in C#. So what is the main function? The main function serves as the entry point. Oh no, this is AI. I'm not allowed to use it. Yes, I can. It's just using it as a research assistant. Main function in C# serves as the entry point for any C# application, meaning the execution begins from this method. We come into the Microsoft.learn main to just get the text, which is in your class, you've got static void main string args. There it is. That's what the code I need to use. So in my static void main string args, I can then do this. I can then just say print. And again, println I think is a shortcut in this, because I'm fairly certain it is console.log. And I'll need to do I need to cast it string some name. Again, this is a Python version. The actual way to do it in C# is this, because it's all just aesthetic. It's all just aesthetic. A variable. That's the C# convention for variables. And I'll do. Oh, it's a void and it's returning something. Hang on. It's an int. Some name, and I'll say 5. Sure. New line. I'm forgetting my new lines. That'll break because I don't have any semicolons. This is in C#. Again, I don't have any class. I'm not inheriting anything. But again, these are the main methods that you'd find. In C#, this won't work, but in C#, this is sort of the way that you're supposed to do a thing. I press Control S out of rote. But in Python, if you don't have this white space here, it'll break. In C#, you can write everything if you want to on the one line. You can write everything on the one line. This would work in C#. In Python, your IDE, your development environment will be yelling at you. But in C#, you can do that. You can even do this. You can even have your function declaration on a new line from the function. You can even do this if you wanted to. You can do some pretty fancy things if you wanted to. I don't know why, but in C#, white space doesn't matter. White space does not matter. In Python, white space is very important. So when it comes to what you're supposed to memorize, that sort of fundamental understanding is all you really need to quote unquote memorize. The rest of creating things can be found online very easily. Boom. Like I forgot what the main function was in C#, but there it is. There it is. I just said main in C#. Boom. And you can also search main in Python to get the correct. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Main in Python. You can get main in Python, and then the AI summary will show you what the thing is if name is main. So defining main functions. There it is, if name in main. Hang on, here it is. There it is. There's the main function, if name equals main. And that's how you do the main function in Python. And again, that text or that name is copied across every single program, because that's the fundamental understanding of what a quote-unquote main function is. I've never used Rust. I've never seen Rust. Let's see what the main function is in Rust. Let's have a look at what the main function is in Rust. The Rust programming language. Here it is. There it is. Fn main. Fn main, print line. There it is. Another function. And then you can see another function here. So it's main that. The main function, entry point of many programs. You've also seen Fn keyword, which allows you to declare new functions. There we go. So that's how you do it in Rust. I've never seen Rust before. I'm pretty sure I could probably write a Rust program if I wanted to, because I understand what it looks like. To me, it looks quite similar to JavaScript versus something like Python, for instance. You do need to set things. It's got a default. Oh dear. Parameters. Yep. Value of x is 5. Oh dear. Okay. You should get the following output: cargo.run, compiling function, finished at value of x is 5 because we've set x to be that. Okay, so x is being casted as an int 32. I32 is int 32, a 32-bit integer. You got char is a single character, which is that, and you've also have a difference between strings and characters. And that's a very C# heavy thing. In Python and I believe JavaScript, there's no difference between chars and strings. All strings are strings of chars, sure, but a char is a character and a single character, and a string is a line of those single characters. You can do certain things with that. And variables are let. Ooh, okay, that's very interesting. So variables are defined statements, expressions, function bodies are made up of. Okay, that's fine. But if I come up to variables, where's variables? Got data types here. Yeah. Oh, so in order to cast a variable in Rust, you have to use the keyword let. Oh dear. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so this is typecasting. You've got U32. Don't add the U32. U32 is a type of string. Type annotation should proceed. Rust will display the following error, which means the compiler needs more information from us to know which type we want to use. Let guess cannot satisfy that. Yeah. But yeah. So okay. So now. Let's try to wind back from these big tangents. The main thing that I'm trying to get across, again, with all of that, what I'm saying is, don't ever let your ignorance stop you from becoming more knowledgeable, because the process of becoming more knowledgeable necessitate you be ignorant to start with. And you should always consider the act or the state of being ignorant, so being without a certain knowledge, to be an exciting endeavor to now becoming knowledgeable. And that's really important. So everything everything. So, as you were saying, all right. So here we go. Oh dear. Okay. I did sort of get really sidetracked there because I'm quite passionate about not allowing people to stop themselves from doing a thing. In this case, it's kind of game dev. In a lot of cases, it's programming. But again, you can do anything with programming. You can do literally anything. And I'm quite passionate about allowing people to feel in themselves the ability to become passionate and knowledgeable about these sorts of things. And programming is something that I'm personally quite passionate about. And to allow someone to step into that is really important to me. That's why I become very passionate, why I become tangent about that sort of thing. So, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Absolutely necessary. You refuse to learn JavaScript until it's absolutely necessary. By far, it's the worst thing you've seen. Absolutely, I agree. JavaScript is horrific. PHP as well. Any of the web code is just mind-blowingly dumb. And it's frustrating. It's like, again, that feeling of sandpaper against your face. That's for me JavaScript, PHP, and HTML to an extent. HTML is quite normal because you can print it and then you can open the thing and you can see what your HTML does. Great. PHP and JavaScript will break quietly in the background and it won't tell you anything. You have to figure out what's wrong. And that's the part that's you pray that your Java knowledge can carry for JavaScript? No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. JavaScript is some bastard gremlin child that is just hanging on the side of JavaScript. JavaScript is some gremlin bastard child that's hanging onto the side of Java. It doesn't. Nah. Java is a good language. Java and C# are very similar in its syntax, in its knowledge base, and all that sort of stuff. But if I were to recommend of the two to learn, C# has the best software potential. Java has the best web development potential. Either one of them is good. I recommend C# over all of them. Because with C# you will then learn C, and when you can learn C or C++ and C, you can start doing things with like microcontrollers and stuff, and that's when things become exciting because you get to put your programming knowledge from the screen into a physical device that you can hold in your hand. How cool is that? And that's C for you. But anyway, and JavaScript and Java is just kind of there in the background. Java is also quite powerful for making operating systems, I believe, and for making also making things that you can hold in your hand, sure, but I don't know. I'm more partial to C# because that's where my primary programming base is. Python is my high school sweetheart. C# is my wife. You know what I mean? Anyway. And GD script is what I'm cheating on both of them with. But in any case, so yep, JavaScript is the most boring language. Fine. When choosing game dev at school, let me just double check what that is because I have to be very important to make sure that I'm not ignoring my dadly responsibilities. I'm getting notifications all over the place. But yeah, so let's have a look. Game dev is just a hobby for you. You need to learn it for whenever you go to apply for internships. Absolutely. They were gonna make so when choosing your game dev school, you specifically look one that avoided JavaScript. Yes, they're gonna make you make web browser games. They love doing that. Well, JavaScript specifically is the best language to do for browser-based anything. And yes, if you do, and the reason why JavaScript is used mostly and why they'll try to make you make a game using JavaScript on a web browser is that JavaScript itself doesn't require to be compiled because there's quite a lot of knowledge base that you need to go into when it comes to learning any of the languages to make a thing that you can press play on. JavaScript, you just press play by programming it and opening it in a web page. With C#, you need to compile it. With C, you need to compile it and then put it on an executable and make it an exe and all of these things. JavaScript, you just write it and run it. this is also kind of, you need to build it as well, because there's quite a other things that you need to know. This being Godot, there's quite a other things that you need to do first before you can make a thing that displays when you press play, right? JavaScript is just literally, you write it in the web browser and run it with the web browser. In fact, just open it with the web browser and it will automatically run and compile and do everything it needs to automatically. So that's why JavaScript is used a lot to make web games and things like that. Anyway, but yes, try to avoid JavaScript because it is a nightmare. It is nightmare. It is nightmare. But you also learn how to make game engines as well with the other one. Yeah, that's the important things. So some people don't even use accessor. They will just put void or static. It depends on the person. That's fair. You write void, but half the time you don't know what it means. Void is funny. Void is just when you have a function that doesn't return anything. It's the return type for a function that returns nothing, or that you don't need to do anything with that function. And there are some languages that require you to return something. So usually it just returns an int with 0 or 1, and you just don't do anything with that. You just let it exist and go away. Void is the shortcut for that. In C, every function needs to return something, and you need to have a return line there. In C# or C++, you can have a void function, which means it doesn't return anything. It's weird. It's weird. So, what do you do when you have absolutely no clue how to do something when coding? This is probably where AI is most useful, because you can ask AI an ambiguous question and start working towards a specific question to get a specific answer. You can ask it, how do I learn to code in C#? And it will point you towards where you can start learning it. But again, you can ask that question to Google or even YouTube, and you will get reams of YouTube tutorials that you can learn how to code in C#. But asking that question is the first step towards learning how to ask specific questions. Because if you just say, how do I develop a game? You will get, it's too ambiguous. You don't know what you're doing. How do I learn to program in C#? A little bit less. How do I learn to program? Less ambiguous, but you'll start going down the right track. How do I make my first code in C#? That's quite a specific one, but it's still a little bit ambiguous. How do I do a print line in C#? That's very specific, and it will show you directly to what you need, which is the code for how to print a line in C#. How do I, in Unity, print something to the console? That's a very specific question with a very specific answer, and you will get that answer. So targeted Googling is so important to learn with these sorts of things. So what do you do when you have absolutely no clue how to do something when coding? You try to understand what it is you're trying to do, and to try and get the Googleable format of what it is you're trying to do. So, and that's how I learned anything in Godot, right? I didn't know about class name. Someone had to tell me that. I was just using inherits and the oh dear, hang on, let me see if I can find an example of it. Yeah, here it is. Extends fade and die.gd. That's how bad I was. Someone had to tell me about class name and extends that class name, but in any case, yeah, what do you do when you have absolutely no clue how to do something when coding? It's hard, because figure it out is as useful to someone who's just started playing Dark Souls, where the question to how do I get good at Dark Souls, the answer is get good. It's hard. It's hard to give an exact specific answer, because there really isn't an exact specific answer. You play with things, you break things, you figure it out. You figure things out. And that's the best way to learn. And you will make mistakes. You will make shitty things. It's okay to make mistakes. It is okay to make shitty things, because you have to let yourself fail. And it's so important to do that. Unreal documentations are best. It's like, yeah, the Unreal documentation is good when you're trying to learn Unreal, because Unreal uses a format called blueprints, which is quite similar to from scratch. From scratch is very typical as the baby's first programming languages. Oh, an ad break is starting in 3 minutes. Oh man, that's okay. I'll need to go to the bathroom as well, so that's all right. From scratch is quite a baby's first programming language, and Unreal is based on Blueprints, which is sort of similar to From Scratch. It is a UI heavy programming language, so they are literally, your function is literally a box that you attach another function to. It's called flowchart design. You have a literal box that has like a value that has an output that you then attach to another box that you can then use that as a thing to do, like a thing, and then you've got an output which you can then attach to another box. That's called Blueprints. That's the native language for Unreal is Blueprints, and that's how you do things in Unreal. This is also like your shader blueprints also use this, so you can use shaders if you do shaders, and things like DaVinci Resolve has a language for shaders doing this. It's quite nice, and it's quite not text heavy, which is good. You don't have to write a single word of text if you don't want to, unless you're using a text input for what you want to do, and that's good. But that's the native language for Unreal. So yeah, if you want to learn some of that, that's what you can do. Let's have a look. Hang on. Oh dear. Oh dear. I've missed out on so much. But since they're going to verse IDK, I know a lot of people use Blueprints to avoid C++. Very true. As I was just saying. And as Paul Zero saying, tell you can't do something, and then you will do everything in your power now learn to do that something. Paul Zero, have a consistent sleep cycle. No, you can't have a consistent sleep cycle. You can't exist without having Monster. Whoa. That's a direct, targeted attack. Anyway. HTML is okay. CSS is... I don't like it. They're a lovely couple. HTML and CSS is a decent, lovely couple. You can do quite amazing things with the combination of that. It's quite nice. JavaScript is not good. Everyone hates JavaScript. Even JavaScript hates JavaScript. Your main languages are Java and C++. No, that's fine. No, Java and C++ are great languages to know as your main languages. Again, you just have to base your delving into another language with your understanding of those languages you know. We are going to an ad break in about 5 seconds. I'm going to play a 3-minute ad just so I can go to the bathroom and so I don't have to do another ad break for another hour. I'll see you in a bit. Okay. I've just hit the ad. There's an ad now. People that have ad block or on YouTube can still see this, which is good. I might just give a quick look. Azure Web Development C#. I mean, yeah, I've not looked at Azure at all. Yeah, fair enough. I have. My monster is staying no matter what. You don't know what a sleeping schedule is? Yeah, I know. That is one of the things you lose when you learn to program is your sleep schedule. Alright, we'll be back in a sec. Hello. Still an ad for another 1 minute. I've started running a lot in the morning, and man, legs hate me. My legs hate me. So yeah. Oh dear. That's the horrible part about starting to exercise continuously as a 30-year-old ancient being. I'm a fucking fossil some days. It's horrific. It is horrific. Good stuff. Anyway. I've been talking so much, my throat feels round. Like my esophagus feels like a ball. It's weird. This is the type of quality you get. You're either subscribed or you're watching on YouTube and you have ad block enabled. This is what I talk about in the ads. So yeah, that's why it's so important that you make sure that you don't ever allow the fundamentals of what the demon or ghost form would say, because if you end up following their commands, you'll start to allow them into the reality that we exist in. So yeah, it is so crucially important that you don't let that happen. Okay, great, and just follow what I was talking about in the ad, and it won't happen. Good, cool. So, oh dear. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. I mentioned DaVinci Resolve. There's a amazing YouTube creator who is Australian, which is why he's amazing. Called what's his fucking name? Holy shit. What's his fucking name? Holy shit. I hate myself. Damn. Tarboy. That's the animation that he did. Fucking James Lee. Where is it? How I Broke Up with Adobe, I think is the one he did. Let's just double check that. Let's skim through. This is a great read, by the way. That's his. This is a great watch, by the way. This video, and even James Lee himself is just fucking excellent. Okay, hang on. Let me come back to this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we are. Let's see what he has to say. Ready?
Uses a system known as node compositing. The video signal is loaded from the initial node that flow into other nodes which distort and filter the signal. You can split the signal into multiple streams, alter them, and then recombine them before it all flows into the final output composite.
How cool is that? So this is his raw footage here, and he made a flowchart of shaders in DaVinci Resolve. And
I really started to see
that's the difference between the two. How cool is that? So yeah, how good's that? Yeah. Learn, like, DaVinci Resolve is so powerful, and honestly, it's an absolute game changer. And you know what's the best part about DaVinci Resolve? It is, you do have to buy it. There is a free version of it. But when you buy it, check this out. Buy online for $2.95. Buy online now for $2.95. You click that button. Hopefully it doesn't put my credit card information in. It's $4.69. Okay, so $4.69 Australian. But look, you know what's missing here? Let's have a look at Adobe. Adobe After Effects. Let's look at Adobe After Effects. Let's just jump into adobe.com After Effects. There's a big text here. Get After Effects in Creative Cloud Pro and save 50% for the first year. Go away. $35 a month. It is. Let me just scroll in so I get that little bit. Where? Okay, hang on. Here it is. $35 a month. A month. Per month. Build and annual build monthly. $35 a month. DaVinci Resolve, $469 Australian. Or rather, $295. That's it. That's it. You buy it once. That's the power of DaVinci Resolve. Not only with Flowchart, but you fucking buy it once. That's... God damn it! Why is that not the default anymore? It's because it makes too much money. So anyway. Let's have a look. You love the nodes, yeah. So nodes in DaVinci Resolve is incredibly powerful because it's just and the fun thing is when you learn nodes in DaVinci Resolve, you also learn the nodes in in like shader code, some forms of shaders, because you got a shader editor here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is just this is, what's it called? Fuck. G shape. Fuck. What's this language called? God damn. GD Shader. Okay, this language is GD Shader, but it's based off of Open Shader, I think it is. I think it's based off of Open Shader, or Open Shades, or whatever it is. Open Shades, fucking, I don't know, it's one of them. But you don't have to write text with those sorts of things. So, and what else is it saying? The entirety of Iron Lung by Markiplier was made in DaVinci Resolve. That's great. So it's you can use like you can use DaVinci Resolve for free, but if you want to export it with any sort of significant quality, export what you created with any significant quality, you will need the full version. You can export in like, I don't know, like 720p at 24 frames a second or something only. So if you want to make 1080p at 60 frames a second, or 4K at 60 frames, or if you're some kind of like a silly person and wants to do like 4K at 240 frames a second, DaVinci Resolve can do that, but only if you have the full version. And it's quite poor quality, the export, when you're doing the free version. So it lets you use the whole program, but you can't export it in any reasonable quality without having the full version. So there you go. Yeah, 4K at 24 frames a second. Who exports YouTube videos in 24 frames a second? I want to use it for 60 frames a second, so I'd need to buy DaVinci Resolve in order to do it. But yes, the other big thing is that DaVinci Resolve, made by Blackmagic, has amazing cameras and recording equipment. Not just cameras, recording equipment. I'm pretty sure there was something wrong that I had when I tried to make a little something in DaVinci Resolve, and it wasn't letting me export it in what I wanted to do. And so if you want to use it better, you have to get the full version, which again, it's nice that it is a lifetime payment. You only have to pay it once, and that's good. Maybe? Is it? Man, okay, hang on. DaVinci Resolve free version. There was some problem that I had with it. Okay, hang on. Uses a camera goes up to 25, but the cinema standard is 24. Yeah, yeah. So company uses a yeah. But yeah. Any case, but yeah, like $300, 300 US for a lifetime subscription to the big studio format of DaVinci Resolve is quite nice. And you also don't have a demon looking over everything that you create, that then steals everything that you create and then says that, oh, the things you created in this program is also ours. Adobe, go fuck yourself. But in any case, that's anyway. So $300 for a lifetime subscription is pretty cheap. Guess what? Nebula.tv. Does it still have its lifetime subscription? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have its lifetime subscription anymore, Nebula.tv, but it did have a lifetime subscription for $450 which I paid for, and I have. So I have unlimited Nebula TV. The music program that I use mostly in my streams had a lifetime subscription for about $150, which I did buy when it came out, and I now have unlimited access to both Nebula and Brain FM. And Nebula is great because it has all of the best creators that I like from YouTube without any of the bullshit that YouTube has. So I'm happy about that. Let's go ahead and turn on my music because I realize I've been talking without any music for the last 4 hours. So there we go. Anyway, so anything you can get for a lifetime subscription version of, I think is much better. It's a much better deal. Versus 10 months of Adobe, right? Imagine having 10 months of Adobe. You may as well just chop off all of your limbs. Corrupting and crashing. Don't forget, Adobe will crash every like 2 seconds. Adobe PDF Reader, Adobe After Effects, Adobe Flash, which doesn't exist anymore, but yeah, all of those things will crash constantly, and it will corrupt your data constantly. You get that for a nice, easy $300 for 10 months, so about whatever that is for a year. How good's that? Anyway, so let's go back to what I'm doing. So hopefully this will still load properly when it's doing the thing it's supposed to. Let's just close that one. Game Master of Fires is fine. These ones are my globals. Global icons, input listener. So upgrade info. So now I have a... I have to make... Because I also have a global player stats, right? Player stats. And in this player stats, I guess I need to also have the icons. See, now I've hit I sort of hit a brick wall when it comes to this programming thing, and this is the part that I really don't like. So let's have a look at what you're saying, so I can process this in the background. Let's have a look. The useless, yeah. 10 months is crazy. It's not even a year. Yeah, I know. Just a learning curve, which for a beginner like me doesn't matter to begin with. Yeah, 10 months is crazy. You don't use a single Adobe program because it's impossible, and there's so many issues when it comes to Adobe. Yeah, no, fair. Secondhand Windows is the way for laptops. Yeah, like even secondhand Windows is becoming Yeah, even secondhand Windows is becoming like not the way for laptops. Honestly, like you get a secondhand Windows laptop if you put Linux on it, because if you want any support whatsoever, that's the only place that you'll get it from is Linux, and that's a whole other thing as well. So yeah, so for $700 US, you got an RTX 3000. Yep, 32 gigabytes RAM, 10th generation i7, it's 1 terabytes of storage. Yeah, because it's a secondhand gaming laptop. How good is that? So, and MacBooks, like, MacBooks will overcharge the fuck out of all of the features it claims to have, and it's a limited lifespan sort of computer. Because in order to get any more lifespan, you have to keep paying for that. And if it breaks, you're going to have to buy a new computer because the repair is going to be super expensive because Apple says so. With at least your Windows machines, the machines that ran on Windows, so your laptops and things like that, you can repair it for much, much cheaper. So... And you can repair individual components for a lot cheaper than what you can do with your MacBooks and things like that. So, what am I trying to think about? What am I trying to think about with the way that these things work? I've got my little upgrade terminal thing, which needs to reference into my player stats. Right? And this player stats needs to also set the things like the icon here, which I'm just making as a little star, little Star of David here. We've got the icons. It needs to be grabbed from the player stats somehow, but the player stats needs to refer to upgrade icons. So we have here's upgrades icons. So that needs to get here and then needs to grab out of here. So how do I do this one here? This one is pretty easy because it's just a matter of grabbing the texture which is set in the universal icons and then setting the texture as that. But in order for this to be changed using the code that defines here, I have to grab that from player stats because player stats will also determine what stat this thing is upgrading. So player stats seems to be where I need to do all of this process. But how do I label this as having a certain icon in this? That's the frustrating bit I could do, because a dictionary will allow you to have an element which is something like prawn dam, which allows you to combine a value with an icon. I can do that using a dictionary. That's possible. An array is a little bit harder because I can do prawn and then have the damage and an icon, right? But the best way is the frustrating bit. The best way is always the frustrating bit. I could make a class called prawn. Class gun prawn. Which has yeah, look, okay, hang on. A small class that holds a reference to all the information you need. A struct, as you're saying, see a piece. That's what I've sort of done here with these global icons. These are the icons that I'm using. I've got damage icon, that sort of thing. And again, now, Mr. Cookin, Mr. It's Kavkhan, Mr. It's Kavkhan. This is See a Piece. He's a good boy. And he's one of the reasons why I stream this specifically on Twitch, because he's got a lot of knowledge. This boy definitely got a lot of knowledge, Mr. See a Piece. So, as you were saying, a small class that holds a reference to all the information you need, akin to a struct. Now, I know what a struct is. I just gotta remember what a struct is. So I come over here and I ask a struct. Now, struct is a C programming language thing. Composite, the name set of values that occupy a block of memory. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Now I see what you mean. Like a struct that holds the name of the upgrade and also the link to the icon. I see what you mean. So a mini class inside that, which is similar to a struct. That's what you're saying. Yeah, so again, and the thing is, hey, Mr. See a Piece, I've got a question for you. Are you going to mock, defame, belittle anyone that doesn't know anything about coding? Are you going to do that? Is that a thing that you do on the regular? Which, I mean, okay, it's fine. But when you started out learning how to program, yeah, Nay says See a Piece. He's a good boy. That's why he's a good boy. But when you started programming, Mr. See a Piece, did you know anything about programming? It's a very silly question to write it like that. It's a very silly question with an obvious answer. Did you know anything about programming when you started learning programming? Alas, you did not. You see a Piece, someone I hold in a particular regard for how good his programming language is. He was the one that taught me how to do the control D, just as a name thing. I'm pretty sure you weren't the one that told me about classes and class name and thing. I'm not sure. That was a bit last before. But again, he's willing to just give knowledge on programming fundamentals and things like that, because he is a good boy. But when he started programming, he knew nothing about programming. You build that knowledge over time. You should never be afraid to learn how these things. And that's the next question I'm going to ask Mr. See a Piece. Were you afraid to learn how to program? Was it scary starting at the start, no programming knowledge whatsoever, and writing your first line of code? Was that scary to you? Were you afraid? Were you excited? What was the emotion? That is it. I'm letting you digest the question. So, yeah, the excitement of possibility far outweighed your fear. So it was scary, as you were saying, but the excitement of possibility far outweighed the fear. And I think you have actually hit the nail on the head for what I was trying to say before, because both my new viewers, Kavkhan, who came over from YouTube, and Cookers. Is it Cookin? Cookers. Let me just scroll all the way up for his last thing. Hang on. Here he is. Cookin BK, yeah. Mr. Cookin, Mr. Kavkhan, have both expressed the hesitation that they have experienced when it comes to trying to learn to program, because it was either too complicated or just too scary to get into, because they felt like they were... and it was either one or the other, but the emotion was they felt like they were too far behind to begin because they wasted too much time before. And that fear is understandable, and it's irrational though, because yes, the concept of beginning to learn something new, and in fact, I want to just pin this message. Or I'm going to go with 30 minutes. I just want to pin that message for how important it is. Yes. Good. I just wanted to pin that message because how important it is. It is scary to start to learn something, but the excitement of possibility far outweighs the fear. And I think that's what you need to focus on whenever you start anything, and now this is the question was from a basis or understanding of programming, but it goes to any discipline that you want to learn. Any discipline that you want to learn. You have the fear, the scariness of the mountain of knowledge that you have to climb in order to get to any level of decent knowledge in that field. But you have to keep in your mind the excitement of the possibility of what you can do. Woodworking, carpentry, painting, driving, motorcycling, trail bike riding, BMX riding. Like, it's scary to start from a knowledge base of 0. But allow yourself to keep moving forward from the excitement of the possibility of what you can do. And when you look at all of the knowledge base of things like welding, which has probably about the same amount of prestige and like the amount of like gatekeepers as like programming has, I want to say. Oh, that's not a right way to weld. Man, your welds look shit. Like, probably even more of a snooty sort of format. But don't listen to that. Think about what you can do with welding. Like, oh, I want to create a metalworking as well. I want to create a cargo rack for my motorcycle, which you could do with welding. You could do that with metalwork. You take off your pillion seat, you measure the things, you make it with metalwork. The excitement of that process of creation should far outweigh the fear of beginning. And I think that's really important to remember. So yeah, programming is incredibly daunting until one day it isn't, and it's rather beautiful when it comes. It is rather beautiful for sure. And it's a feeling of power unlike anything else that you can experience. Because once you learn that you can make your computer do anything you want it to, that's when it becomes like, that fear to me is exciting. Because it is quite scary when you unlock potential of things. Like, for instance, and now this is a piece of cursed knowledge that I know that I will love, that I will just I will impart upon you now for what the potential of programming is. I described variables, something, and functions, something else, as two separate things. Hang on. Right? I described variables and functions as two separate things. But check this out. They are one and the same. And you can write, and again, I did sort of make that spell, and you can write as a callable. You can pass the function name, because this is just a thing called var something else callable. It is a variable with type callable, and you can set a variable as that thing. You can use the name of a function, because again, it is just a callable type, as a variable. That's a scary thing to consider. That is a powerfully scary thing to consider. And it allows you to do amazing, beautiful, magical things with knowledge like that. You know, you may not be able to use this exactly for something that you want, but it can be incredibly, incredibly powerful to pass a callable as a variable. Whoa. So that's nice. A little bit of curse from there, yeah. Anyway, and also recommend learning from videos that are concepts rather than word-for-word tutorials for everyone. Yes, or challenging yourself to use parts from other systems you made to solve what you're working on right now. That's sort of where you start, like discovering programming, right? You have to uncover the techniques yourself for what best suits your purposes, and again, that's why I don't like asking the question of how to make a game in Godot, because that's a very generic, ambiguous question. Instead, possibly, how do I make a character move across the screen in Godot? Maybe that's a good first starting question. That outlines a lot of things. Let's have a look. Question: can you use that callable as an argument? You mean as a parameter in a function? So hang on, let me just notepad. You mean as in you can have a in fact, I want to show you it in action. Let's show you it in action. This works in Python. I'm fairly certain it works in other things. Right. I want to define a thing. This is a do thing. A do thing with a variable. I'm going to say. I'll just make it a none thing, and I'm just going to say. Actually, no. I'll make it. I'll make it have a number. And I want to return number multiplied by 2. So just double. It's just a double. It's just doubling a number. So I can run do thing, and I can run it on 4, and I'll return 8. Great, because I just returned a double. Def run function func param. Func param. Run function do thing with 7. Oh, hang on. I have to print run function do thing 7. Oh, none. Hang on. One sec. Hang on. I am. Oh, right. Of course. That's right. Right. I need to. I need to return. Right. My bad. All right. So yeah, run function do thing 14. Hello, Sarah. Whole lot of pixels. It is afternoon for me right now. I don't know where you are in Australia actually, because we have a time zone everywhere from GMT plus 10 to GMT plus 7, so 3 hours behind if you're all the way over in Perth. I don't actually know where you are in Australia. That's a good question. Don't worry about it. But it is afternoon for me. It is 12:03. Everyone else, it's probably either morning or late evening. But in any case, yes, you can pass a function, which again, do thing is a function. We've defined it here, and we've labeled a random parameter, and you can call that function inside another function as a variable or a parameter. How cool is that? This was mind-bending knowledge that I learnt. And you can do this for like you can make a area trigger run a specific function for a you can make an area trigger run a specific function in a specific way depending on what hits it. So like for instance, if you have like for instance, if you have a class oh, this is a good question. Oh, you're in Tassie. Good on ya. Ah, so you're in the daylight savings version of this time zone. So AEDT, I'm pretty sure, Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. You've lived in 4 states some multiple times. Very good. You've moved around a lot. That's nice. Geez, what's the I'm trying to figure out what the use case of running a method as a variable is in Godot. Because yeah, gee, I'm not exactly sure. Because you go take a small bathroom break. That's fine. States feel so weird as a European. Yeah, that's fair. Australia and US are the not uniquely situated as having states, but it's interesting that we've decided to delineate our country into states. Because again, European Union is made up of a group of countries. They are individual countries with different laws, languages, and ways of being. But that just allow free transit between those countries. And yeah, like the UK is a single country with different countries inside of it as well, because you've got England, Scotland, and Wales, or the kingdoms of England, Scotland, and Wales, and Northern Ireland. That's what the UK is. And you can sort of consider England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland as states, but they're not really states because, again, they're different cultures, countries, language, yada yada. In Australia, though, our states, and the US as well, our states are like individual places under which all citizens of the same country exist. It's so strange. You guys didn't even know you had states before we first came over? Yeah, no, fair. I didn't know other countries didn't have states. A lot of other countries call them provinces, or they call them counties, or they call them, at least the similar thing, because a county is more similar to a suburb, and a province is, I think, more similar to like a suburb. But again, they have suburbs inside them. But again, it's just an area of that country, right? And so it's not like, you know, you could be licensed to drive a certain class of vehicle in Queensland, but not have that license in New South Wales. And you can have a certain license in a certain part of the country that doesn't apply to a different part of the country. It's just strange. It's weird and fun and weird. Yeah, I don't know what the use case is for passing a method as a variable in Godot, but it's incredibly powerful to know that you can do a certain thing like that. I know in Godot you have the call function. You do have a call function which allows you to input the name of a function. Hang on. You have the call function which allows you to put the name, a string name of a function with any args here. That's quite powerful because you can make a function into just a name or something, and you can change this to whatever you want. So that means you can write a variable which is the name of a function. But anyway, as you say, the United States is a bit of an oxymoron. Yeah, well, I mean, United Kingdoms. The United Kingdom. United States, I mean, yeah, but you look at the US and they are anything but united, to be honest. They are a loose combination of states. Different taxes and laws. Weed is legal in one part of the country and not in another. Like, I don't know, it's weird. In any way, what Sea of Peace was saying about using classes as structs, I think that's probably the best way to do it. Because, gee, but like the player stats itself is its own class in which contains these informations, or this information. So I guess I guess I'll just have to translate all of this now. Translate all of this. Hang on. And whoopsie daisies. Control Z. Come back up here. No. God damn it. God damn it. Hang on. Control D. I can then here shift and copy up here. Vavaka. Let's try this again. Wrong button. So I've got gun prawn. as a class that has these structs in it, or as a struct that has these information in it. I want to say, like, I could probably have mini classes inside of that. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? About to smoke my pain meds. Hang on. What did you say? So hang on, we got into a hot take. I have, because I heard weed. Yes, okay, here we go. Your in-laws voted for the big wee-stained moron. Oh dear. I personally believe if people want to be intoxicated that bad, then weed should be legal and not alcohol. I honestly believe weed should be legal, 100%. It needs to be legal and regulated, 100%. Because unregulated weed is such a dangerous thing to have in any state. So I don't understand the conception of having alcohol be legal and weed not. It doesn't make any sense to me. And there needs to be a way to determine the level of toxicity of weed. Because yes, absolutely, smoking weed should be illegal anywhere in the world, but driving a vehicle whilst high on weed should be illegal anywhere in the world, same as being under the influence of alcohol. There are some medications that uses the same chemical in weed that doesn't prevent you from using, that doesn't actually make you under the influence of weed, that allows you to use vehicles as well. But unfortunately, in places like Australia, the tests that we have only determine whether or not you have weed in your system. And so there are some medications which have that weed in your system, despite the fact that you don't actually use it to get high, you just use it to mitigate something like pain. I believe there needs to be a level of toxicity level for weed that needs to be tested for in a case of like a random breath test or a random weed test when driving a vehicle. Unfortunately, the way the legislation is written is if it is in your system in Australia, it is illegal to drive, which is so limiting for people that require that medication to do its amazing effect of curing, of mitigating pain. Now, the difference between weed and alcohol is that weed has several instant, lasting physical damage that can occur to the body, which again is the same as alcohol, but your body doesn't have as great of a means of filtering that effect. I'm saying that, but I'm also like comparing it to cigarettes, right? Cigarettes is completely regulated in Australia, but it's not seen as a hard drug, even though it kind of is. Nicotine is a drug, whether you like it or not. And yeah, I think weed needs to be considered in the same way as cigarettes in that way. It needs to be heavily regulated, sure, but it needs to be considered as a legal thing. Cigarettes have a massive damage effect of the body, whereas alcohol is filtered out a lot easier, but then again it also does lasting damage to the body. Yeah, look, I don't know where I was going with my thought processes here. I don't know where I was going with my thought processes. Yeah, look, I think having it be completely illegal is dumb and short-sighted. So that's it. Is this not a good use case for a custom resource? Okay, hang on. I need to get back. Minus politics, go back to programming. CFP says, I see what you're doing precisely. A custom resource is the best approach. I think it would be as well. I am eager to learn about custom resources. Let's have a look. Now, is that a Godot? Custom resource Godot. So you see what I'm doing here. Yeah. So a custom resource is a type of data structure that allows you to define and manage shared data across different objects in your game. Now, okay. Now, Cookin and Cavcan, let's have a look at what custom resource is. This is a new piece of information I have no idea about, and I'm trying to do a thing here, and CFP's is like, hey, this is a thing you can do. Great. But we'll do a quick fire tutorial. Let's go. Let's create a new. Let's go to script. Let's create a new script. I'm going to put it in scripts. I'm going to go to, I'll just slap it right here because I'm an arsehole. And I'm going to call it custom resource. No, actually, I'm going to call it what you said. I am going to put it where I'm supposed to. I'm going to go to weapons and put it here. I'm going to call it, like you say, weapon data.gd, as you said. Let's have a look. Weapon data. So let's open weapon data. Create. Cool. What next? Let it extend from resource. So extends. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm starting to thinking. It's extending from resource. Okay. Extending from resource. Now, what does this allow me to do? This allows me to create a new one of these things. You see this? This is a node. A node is a resource. Everything is based off of resource. Let's have a look. So, okay, I'm gonna add an export var name string. Or is it just export name? No, it is export var name. Yeah, it is export var name. Remove the default functions. Yeah, fair enough. Because of course, all nodes have these functions. All nodes have these functions because these are anything that is able to be put into the game, like these things. These are all nodes, and they all have the ready and process function because they extend node, which has these functions that run when they get run at the time. Let's try adding. Export var is secondary enabled bool. Okay, export var is secondary enabled. And make that a bool. A null, a bool. Okay. Which will automatically set it to false because we've casted it as bool and null is false, so that's fine. So you're sort of saying that I should put in where am I? Where are player stats? Here we've got secondary enabled, and I guess you got weapon data, and gun prawn is going to be of type weapon data. Yeah, class name weapon data. I see where you're going with this. We'll go weapon data because weapon already exists as a class in my game as well. Click somewhere in your file, sort of create a new resource, select weapon data, name it after the desired weapon. Okay. Okay. Ooh, okay. Now this is getting into the thing that I don't know about. I knew sort of about export, variable name, all that sort of stuff, but I didn't know about what we're doing now. This is where the wizard is guiding me through the path in the forest to the magical treasure. Let's go. Somewhere in your file, sort of create a new resource, collect weapon data, name it after the desired weapon. So I'm going to go to, not prefabs, I'm going to go scripts, I'm going to go, not utilities, but weapons? No, I will go into prefabs. These are sort of my resources. This is a Unity format because scenes and prefabs in Unity are separate. In Godot, they're one and the same. So in weapons, I'm going to go into create a new folder. I'm going to call it data. I'm just going to call it data, and then I'm going to right click, create new resource. You said create new resource, select weapon data, and we'll create that here. And I'm going to call it prawn, name it after the design weapon. So I'm going to call it prawn. I see this T-res. Res means resource. T-res is something. So file names you can or file types is you can divine certain meanings from. I now know that res means resource, and so T is something else. So I now have in here data called prawn.tres. The class name weapon data, it has a name and it has is secondary enabled, and these are the variables stored in prawn.tres. And I can see here weapon data name, prawn, is secondary enabled on or off. Right. Now double click the new resource in the file explorer. We now have a data-driven approach to our weapons. These resources can also have functions. Okay. No description. Yeah, that's fine. No description. Yeah, that's fine. Resource. Okay. So these resources can also have functions. These individual resources, I can change these to have different functions. I open that and it will appear here in the inspector because this is prawn.tres. So then how? Because I can also have an export var icon, which is a compressed texture.2d, which I can then have as of this. I can set a default being load. We'll go with actually we can say equals global icons dot default icon. That's the standard. Well, no, because default icon is set at runtime. So yeah, so as you're saying, they share the same function. So any resource has a function, and all of these resources will share the same function. And so when I come into the player stats, instead of gun prawn, I would actually have var whatever I want to call it, prawn, I guess, as a weapon data, and I equal it to, is it load res prawn.tres? This? Is it load that? Is that the correct function? And now I can, inside prawn, get things like secondary damage, mag size, that sort of stuff? I'll just control drag the resource into your editor. Oh dear. This is... I can drag things and place them with control? And then I hold control. Oh, there's instructions. Add export for... Oh no. Oh no. Oh. This is the feeling that like an apprentice wizard gets when the wizard just says, and now after you've done all this setup, just shake your hand. And then the apprentice shakes her hand and then explodes a fucking mountain in front of them. And they're like, whoa, what the hell? That's amazing. Okay. Wow. Okay. That's amazing, because I know what this is. This is the unique ID referring directly to this resource. That's the CUID right there. So if you drag and hold control and drop it in, it'll... Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so what this lets me do is open this up in here, and I can change the data here. So now you have all the information associated to prawn, and you can easily make new weapons by making a new resource. Exactly right. And I can also have... See, the way that I've implemented weapons in this game is quite intriguing, because I've got bullets, is fine. We've got missiles, sniper bullets, that sort of thing. We also have different weapons. So I've got a ranged weapon. Let's have a look at the weapon template. This is the weapon template, right? And I can see what you're saying when you can say you now have all of the information associated with that, and you can make new weapons by creating a new resource. Because I can imagine having all of these as values associated with this resource here, because all of these are the same in between all of the weapons. So, yeah. Okay. So I can then have damage as a float value. That's fine. We've got damage as a float, and we'll set the default to 1. Okay. I'll also have... See, the thinking process now is the thinking process now that I have to interpret how to use this tool, this technique that you've just told me. The thinking process now is, what do I need to define here, and what is going to be individual? I know penetration is probably going to be one. Penetration is actually set to 0. Penetration is probably going to be something that I'm going to be able to upgrade between weapons. Because again, yeah, this damage over time is probably not... But I'm also seeing how this can apply to not only creating new weapons, but also be able to modify the weapons in-game, depending on certain randomly selected variables, right? Yeah, geez, that's where the funny bit comes in. Now you've created the... Let's have a look. Why wouldn't you make the... Yeah. Why wouldn't you make the individual things mutual instead? Wouldn't it be better to look through all of them, see if there's a potential for common ground? Yes. The potential for common ground definitely is there with things like damage and like the secondary enabled, which again, I have to identify what the secondary is between each weapon. And to do that here is... yeah, icon, default icon. And again, I then go into... I go into global icons, and instead of load, I'm going to do a preload. So these here... preload. Oh, preload. There we go. That's actually probably what it needs to be, because this loads before everything. So returns a resource from a file located a path during runtime. The resource is loaded when the script is being passed. This function effectively acts as a reference to that resource. Note that this function requires a path to be constant string. If you want to load a resource from a dynamic variable, you use load. Yeah, this is the best way to do it, I think. Because that means my prawn.trez, if I just double click that, have a look at these, my icon is already a compressed texture, which is good, but it's still nothing. So I just save this, go back to weapon data. So what you're saying, Full Zero, is absolutely correct. It is best to find the common ground between all of them, because yes, the weapon data exists between each of them, and then I could probably I could probably make a different weapon data resource which has zooming enabled or something like that. And this is now the sandpaper. This is what I call the sandpaper, where I'm trying to rub my face against a brick wall of sandpaper to see how I can get through it. It's I'm currently doing an ad break as well, so that's the other important thing. Yeah, dear. Because weapons will fire bullets. Weapons necessitate firing of bullet, and that can be contained in the script, and the bullet can have different functions depending upon the weapon. Now, weapon template, the weapon template will just grab the data from the resource file. So instead of having strength and having things like like multi-bullet. No, that's fine. Sustained firing speed, I guess is. Oh, okay. Hang on a sec. Hello. Hello. Hello, my darling. How are you? Okay, I will come down to my son. Love you. Bye-bye. So, I will be gone in a few moments. I might do a 30-minute break, but I don't know how. You just gotta love spending the next 10 minutes figuring out what the next step is. Is it possible to put another custom resource inside of custom resource? Yeah, absolutely. Anything is possible. Even a reference to the bullet can be in weapon data. Yes, it can. So, in that case, a weapon will just refer to weapon data, and weapon data in here. If I open that, no, in weapon data, I can also have something like, but this weapon data, the icon is not correct, because this would be the sprite frames of the thing. So this would be all of these things notified in here or codified in here. And so this would not be as important. Now, these themselves can be resource types, damage, which would have the icon stored inside of it. Because remember, all of this that I'm trying to do, and this one wouldn't actually be that. This would be, it'd be more appropriate to put. And again, I do have to go soon. It'd be more appropriate to put this here. That would be where icon comes in, because this is the weapon icon, not the upgrade icon. So upgrades can be a specific resource in and of itself. I'll have a break for a little bit. I'll put the timer at 30 seconds. So I will be back in a little bit. But thank you, CFPs, for highlighting this amazing knowledge. And in fact, I will just... My God, he is screeching. I will do CTRL plus drag. Put that to you. And then custom resources. Put that to you as well. Excellent. I will be back in a little bit. My camera has squeezifies myself again. I don't know why, but that's the way. Be right back. That's a new thing. Let me put my beautiful face back in here. I will now interact with my timer. Interact. I will restart this. I'll put 30 seconds. And then I will be back. Probably. I can just hear him screaming in the background. It's fun. I will be back in a little bit. Oh, and I will be running 3-minute ads as frequently as I can, just so I can prevent the ads from continuing. So I'll be right back in a bit. I'm not back yet, unfortunately. See a piece. Are you still here? I don't know how to describe this. Can you make a reference to a property as an export variable in a different resource, if that makes any sense? So, where is it? In this game, I have these things. These things are a pattern name element. This pattern name element, of course, has a bunch of pattern names and pattern groups set as pattern name, pattern group. It will rename itself to be whatever you've named it as. Oh, my bad, hang on. I've got frog view? What's going on with my text here? What the hell? This is my Discord link here. I give up. What is... Okay, whatever. This is it. Okay. So, this pattern name element is a tool. Very cool. It updates its thingy based on what you call it. I have this script here called update names in all files. What does that do? If I go over to the script, right, it will grab the names of all the groups and all the names, and it will go through all of the files that I've set to make sure it updates to change a certain thing. This map change element is one of these ones, right? Map change element is one of these ones. If we open up the script here, it has an export enum, which is all of the existing pattern labels. So this is all the existing pattern labels, which allows me to, when I put a map change element, select from a drop down all of the different map patterns that I have created. So every map pattern has a label in it. And when I want to load this specific map pattern, I just need to put a map change element and select the pattern to be one of these things. That is okay. I'm still going to go because I still need to. The door is open. I'll be leaving soon. But the question I'm asking to see a piece is that, is there a way to make this possible so that an export variable can reference an export variable can reference back to a specific hang on, where is it? A specific weapon data, a specific variable contained in another resource. Is that possible? Because if that is possible, you must concede you're simply not sure. That's fine. Because if that is possible, the way that I would handle upgrades is by having an upgrade, the upgrade slider have a drop-down box here in the inspector in an export variable that refers to a specific variable. I know in C# or C++ they're called pointers. I'm fairly certain I can use the mindset of having a text be the property, because I know I can get No. Okay. Because I was also just thinking about you would personally handle upgrades as another custom resource or some logic with the resource itself. That's fine, but it's sort of I could have an upgraders thing in here. So like var upgraders, which would be this upgrade data type. And inside here is an array of the damage upgrade, and then there's penetration, yada yada, and then that's what I refer to when I when I create the upgraders. But that to me seems a little bit fandangly, because I have to change that for every single things. It's going to be a little bit unique, and inside here is where the icons are stored as well. So I guess I'm going to have to create an upgrade data type, a custom resource, which would combine the upgrade with the upgrade with the icon, I guess. In any case, I appreciate that what I'm talking may be a little bit crazy talk, but that is okay. I will need to get going again though, so I'll be right back. Which it's whatever approach makes sense to you. And yes, this is kind of the fundamentals of programming and learning how to program. Mr. Cookins and Cavcan. Sorry, I keep forgetting that. It is whatever works. It is whatever works. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then you find a way that works. And that's what Pool Zero was saying all the way back at the top, which was just good code is code that works and doesn't break. And if you can patch it together and make it sort of work, that's good code, and you've done a good thing because it works. It might not be the best thing, because you may increase your refactory. I can't remember what it was called, where you have to change a lot of things to change change one thing. It's a bit silly. That's I can't remember what it's called. It's a specific name. There's a specific name in dev softwares where it's like the way that you program something increases the load that it takes to change a certain thing. Like if you have a big long list of something, and then you want to change one thing, it will change all your references to the other ones. But anyway, so the point of code is to work, and that's what I'm saying. It's good code if it works. So sometimes it's better just to make it work versus making it perfect. Perfect is the enemy of good. Anyway, I need to be right back again. So I will be right back again. I don't know how long it's going to be. I'm going to set it as 30 minutes again. It's probably going to be less. But I need to go handle my son. Literally, I'm going to pick him up. Anyway. Hello. Hello. Yeah, you... Oh, well, I'm right back. You have a good one, Pool Zero. I'm glad I could say, have a good one. Get out of here. Dev stream. Right on. This bloody beautiful face cam that I've got here is annoying me. Let's just delete, remove that. No, I will put Discord invite back down and I will just remove that. Yes. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yes, you have a good one. Why is this? This is my new face cam. Everyone, this is my new face cam. Here we go. So, hello everyone. Today I'm gonna be. I don't like it. There we go. This is the face cam experience. Here we are. Can I rotate it? Yes, I can. There we go. This is the new default standard for face cam in on Twitch. This is the new default standard. Anyone that doesn't have this default standard is dumb. Categorically. It's a bit of a weird angle, isn't it? There we go. Here we go. Triangle face cam. That's the way. Alright, hang on. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. This is me. Hello. Alright, let's reset this back to normal. Transform, reset. There we go. Put this here. There we go. Alright. Cool. Discord invite, and we'll put this back. Great. So, CFPs, I had an epiphany. Data type, I guess. No. Enum, data type. Yes. And we'll do, we'll go with secondary. We'll go with damage. We'll go with, actually, secondary capitals. Damage. Penetration. And then I will also have DPS. Zero. Penetration, DPS. I want to say fire rate. Just 1.0. And then I will have a func called get property. Get property. Hello, Gats1. Thank you for coming in when I was not here and then just staying until I reappeared. I appreciate you. How long have I been learning Godot and what made me decide to learn it? I have been learning Godot on and off for the last about 2 or so years now, I want to say. And what made me want to learn it? Well, so my previous game design knowledge has been in the likes of Unity. Unity's been my primary thing, and I started game design and programming in university under my university degree, which I did a Bachelor of Games in Interactive Entertainment. And then I got a job. Like, I figured, oh, I don't want to do this. Don't do this Bachelor of Games as a main thing, because I'm gonna hate myself if I'm gonna hate myself if I turn this passion into a job. And so I was like, okay, I'll get a job outside of this career in this field. And so I decided to get a real job. And this job that I got, or another job, this job that I got was security. I was a security guard for doing shift work, 12-hour shifts for the last like 5 or so years. And it was at night, through all of the morale fatiguing bloody things I've experienced in my work, that I sat there and went like, wait, this is shit. Why aren't I doing anything related to my passion, which is creating video games? Fuck. And then I decided that I will actually make this a decent thing. I chose Godot instead of Unity, because in university I learned Unity. I chose Godot because it is open source, it is free, and it's never, hopefully, never going to go through the ills that Unity did, where they started being very silly. So, yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm making Unity. Return is secondary enabled. Okay. Now check this out. Check this out. Oh, hang on. I need to do this. Hang on. I need to do this. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do I put these on different things? Oh, I know. Like that. Oh, no, actually. There we go. Ah, okay. These are all the capitalized versions of the thing, so I'm just gonna this, and then I think it's Control F3. Oh, no. What have I done? Oh, okay. Shift F3. No. Control V. Edit. Convert case. Oh, it's Shift F4, 5, or 6. Okay. Shift F5. There it is. So yeah. And that's why I'm here. That's why I've decided to learn Godot as my primary thing, because it seems to be the best thing to do. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. It's called set. It's set. Okay. And the property is you can pass it as a string name. Okay. I've got an ad break in about 3 minutes. Look, I'm going to snooze this one. I'm snoozing this ad break for 5 minutes, pushing it back into the future, because I just got back from a long time and I forgot to do the whole 3-minute ad things, because you can't do that from the phone. That's frustrating. Anyway, I think what I'm doing here is probably the best way to do it. Question mark? It's probably the best way to do it. I can actually call it proper T. Property. Value. Match match property, and same thing here. I'm going to copy, paste, I'm going to select all of this, delete, no, I don't need to select it, just do that, equals value. There we are. Cool, excellent. Makes sense. Since you have similar parties on your journey in game development to the creator of Kenshi, I hope you have success in your endeavors. Thank you so much. Yeah, and no, thank you. I do hope I have some kind of success or some kind of brightness. But one of the big reasons why I'm streaming so much recently, because you might notice my frequency of streams went from 0 to like 3 times a week or 4 times a week, is because I'm currently jobless. I've got a job lined up for me in the future in October. And after that job, I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue any of this, because without giving any details about the job requires me to have a security clearance, which is a lot easier to maintain if you don't have a social media presence. So the job is quite promising, and I may be able to continue game dev on the side, but not Twitch streaming. So that's something very important. And this job does allow me to work with computers, so it's a lot more what I want to do. So there you go. I love giving like little hints where it's like, oh, what could it possibly be? But I'm not giving anything away because it requires me. The security clearance requires me to not give any information out. So anyway. So this might be the best way to do it, because then if I go to upgrade slider, because I can do global icons, and I can say func get upgrade icon for weapon data is a type weapon data dot data type. Woo. Get upgrade icon for type. Okay. Now, or should I contain the icon in weapon info? So weapon data. I could just do it here. In which case, global icons. I mean, global icons is where I can store all of my icons. So weapon data should reference global icons. Don't need that one. So weapon data can reference global icons. Okay. This would also make sense as a custom resource, I would say. So this one is weapon icon. Well, no. Because yeah, no, I can do func get property icon. Get property icon. Property data type. Oh, yay. Who dares? That was you. Okay, excellent. Cool. Yeah. What games? What kind of games do I want to make? I want to make the games that I have the most interest in. This current project that I'm doing right now is just... Thanks for the follow, by the way. This current project that I'm doing right now is just... has the basic description of make a game. So this is just a top-down shooter. I thought it was going to be a lot easier than it was. It's not. Because I'm an asshole. I will just copy and paste this. 1 second. Match property. And then I will have to... Hang on. Return global global icons dot. Now, yeah, you see I've got all of these ones. I will just go with default icon for now. Okay. With secondary. That changes depending on what type of weapon it is. So I'll need to do a secondary icon. And I think that'll just have to be done per resource. So secondary has to be handled outside of global icons, because damage is a shared icon, penetration is a shared icon, DPS is a shared icon, fire rate is a shared icon. So if I now go to my global icons, ammo size would also be so let's just bring this down here, because I've got damage, penetration. I would need. There's fire rate. Yeah, there's fire rate. There's also ammo count. In which case, I need to add data type dot ammo count, return, and then this one will have to be a mag size. Five is the default. Actually, 1 could be the default. Return mag size, and then this one would be data type dot ammo count. You're probably saying something. Let me just mag size equals value. What are you doing? Yeah. So the type of games I want to make. I like idle games. I like simulation games, like the likes of Powder Toy or a Powder Toy or other one like Godot maybe, but that's like physics simulator playground sort of thing. That's not really a type of game that I want to create. But reaction heavy games like puzzle games like I guess Powder Toy I suppose is part of that, but that's just a different version of life. Let's just so damage icon. This is yeah, duration icon. This is fire rate icon. So icon export var secondary icon. Press cube map texture 2D. I did have a more comprehensive answer to that question before, but I'm a little bit distracted at the moment. I reckon is secondary enabled? Secondary icon. There we go. Is for the prawn resource, which is the resource that is my default gun. Have a look. Here it is, prawn. If I come over here, I double click this and I come over here. The secondary icon is going to be the burst icon, which is, where is it? Burst fire, which is this one. There it is. That's the burst fire icon. And if the secondary is enabled, then yes, then no. Good. Damage, penetration can go up and down. DPS is at 0. Mag size is at 5. Good. Okay. And then ammo count, data type, return global icons dot ammo icon. And then the upgrade slider. This has upgrade info. No, upgrade slider is going to be where all of the upgrade information is. Because the prawn will have only certain things upgradable. So I can do export var upgradable upgradable aspects, upgradable properties. Right, upgradable properties, which is going to be an array of type weapon data. Okay. And then the prawn has the upgradable properties of, oh, not weapon data, my bad. Data type. Data type. Haha. Aha. Haha. So I got, huh? Wait, what? Attempted to set, hang on. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. All right, cool. I just have to delete and renew. So you see that? Excellent. So every one of them has to have 3 different things at this moment. Hello, Fanny Slam. I'm gonna be leaving soon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Leaving soonish. You know, it's kind of undefined when I'm gonna be going, but in any case, yes, Gats is a new follower. He's here. Welcome back, Fatty Slam. It's always my qualifier anytime I do a stream. Hey, I'm gonna be leaving soon. Oh, hello, Film Shot. Fuck, you've never been here before, have you? Oh, there you go. Are you here on? You're here on Twitch. Yes, you are. Very good. Hey, new affiliate. Where's your hydrate redeem? How are we meant to take care of you? I've got this. That's true. Hydrate. I should do a hydrate redeem. Hey. Very good. Hello, hello. You're always lurking. Very good. You might be in my walls. It's been a fucking long time, man. Like I've never. It's a big jug. It's a reasonable sized jug for Australia. This is the minimum required jug for Australia. You're in New Zealand, so you don't need as big of a jug as this, but your standard glass, like you know how people say, oh, you need 8 cups of water in Australia. This is the standard glass size. This is a cup of water. It's 5 liters. You got little 5 marks here, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 5-liter cup. 1 cup in Australia is 5 liter. It's not the size of the jug, it's how you scull it. Jug shaming. Hey, buddy. Nice jugs. Yes, Aussies are good. Aussies are okay. They're reasonable. They're mid tier. Aussies are very mid tier. So, anyway, going back to this. Secondary. Is secondary enabled? No. Penetration? No. Or it's just going to be damage, and it's going to be ammo count, I guess. And then where would I go to get the max size? Where would I go to get? I think I think Aussies are GCS. GCS. Great crazy shits. GCs. GCs. Good cars. Good children. Good coup terms of service, terms of service, terms of service, terms of service. Yes, we certainly are good coup terms of service, terms of service, terms of service, terms of service. Coup toss, 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 toss. Coup. I'm lost. I'm lost. GC to me. Ah, okay. You could have said, "See you next Tuesday." No, you can't get auto-modded because you're a subscriber. You could have said, "See you next Tuesday," or "See you in the NT," which is the official advertising campaign for the tourism of Darwin and the Northern Territory is "See you in the NT." How good's that? You're just a little goober. I did think of that, but wasn't going to say it. Yeah, no, fair enough. But you don't just call them. Oh, Sev's. Thank you for the sub, Sev. So you don't have to worry about. Wow, that's a bad word. That's a bad word. Doesn't have to be if you don't think it is. Look at that animation. It's boring. I haven't made an animation for subs because I wasn't gonna do it. It's a bad word. It's not a bad word if you're a. No, you see, SC is the correct for, because that's a sick can. I'm just gonna say can't do that because I know Twitch is full of. Twitch moderations are automated, so we'll do can't do that. So if you're a sick can't do that, then that's good. But if you're a shit can't do that, then that's bad. So sick can't do that is good. Shit can't do that is bad. So good can't do that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Good can't do that. Yeah, that's correct. Shit can't is bad. Sick can't is good. Cannot. Anyway, so we've got an array of upgradable properties, and in fact, I could make. Hang on. Hang on. Data. Type is of type weapon data dot data type. Right. Oh, var, sorry. Var type weapon data dot type. Var max value is an int, which is normally set to we'll say 1. Or if the weapon data type is something like secondary, it's just is secondary enabled, which has a maximum value of 1 anyway. We are now learning. We might be learning. This may not be where you'd want to learn because it's probably not good because it's, oh dear, this is dangerous knowledge right here. So upgrade info, type weapon data type, max value int. Let's come down here and make this an array of upgrade info. This is some scary stuff right here. Oh, okay, so it can only be a built-in resource. Resource. Oh, okay. Oh dear. All right. Oh dear. Okay. So, I'm going to create a new folder called weapon resources. Weapon resources. Put weapon data in there. Yes. So weapon resources. I'm going to create a new resource called... Oh. No. A new script. Right? And I'm going to... Scripts, weapons, resources. Call it upgrade info. So, upgrade info. And in fact, I'm going to make my resources be like this. So, upgrade info, right? Create. I now have an upgrade info resource, which extends resource. Okay? It will have an export variable, which is a weapon data dot data. Export var. Sorry, weapon data type. Type, which is a weapon data dot data type, and an export var, which is max value, which is an int. Which is which goes to 1 as its default. Okay, so I have a type, which is a weapon data dot data type, and a max value. Both of those are variables of a resource. Okay, and this one needs to be class name weapon upgrade. Okay, so that's the class name, weapon upgrade. So if we then come back to weapon data, weapon upgrade can be, get rid of this, I then come down to here and say weapon upgrade. Or I can now go into prawn.tres, add an element which is a weapon upgrade of types damage with a maximum value of -1, which means infinite. I could then upgrade weapon upgrade secondary maximum value of 1. I can then have an upgrade which is ammo count with a maximum value of 10. Ooh. This means I now have a changeable, referenceable. I can also store. I can store all of the icons in the weapon upgrade property, so I don't need any of this here. Oh, actually, yes, I do. My bad. I don't need any of this here because the global icons will have. I can actually. Oh dear. Because I can set it as an enum, which has all of the icons there. This. But then the next question is, why not put that in upgrade icons? in not upgrade info, but upgrade info. Weapon upgrade. Because I could have a export variable here, which is the specific icon that this upgrade would be set to, but I want the... is there a way to make a displayable variable that can't be changed? Here we go. Godot. Display variable. Display variable in inspector without export. Now we're going to the Google searching. Oh, no. Okay. Hang on, let's look at the AI assistant. Huh. Get property list function to define custom properties that can be shown in the inspector. Oh, this allows you to control... Oh, okay. Now let's have a look at the get property list thing. What is get property list? What are these? Oh. What is this? Hang on. What the hell is going on? Number count 3. Number I typed int property int string 0 1 2 3 4 5. What the hell does that mean? Okay, so it needs to be a tool. 6.5 hours. Yes, I've been online for 6.5 hours, mate. I started this stream quite early in the morning, but I kept going because I didn't stream for the last couple streams, and that was it ate away at my subconscious. Welcome aboard, everyone. This is the usual time at which I end my stream. I am trying to wrap my head around resources or custom resources that Mr. Seapiece, which I don't think is still here. Oh mate, yeah, he's lurking. Seapiece is lurking. Unless I say his name and he appears 3 times. Seapiece. No, okay, maybe not. Who knows? I have to say it in a mirror. There's a mirror behind me. But, that's how it is. Okay, so, no, it's not like a constant. Because I've got a weapon data which has a array of upgradable properties which is stored inside this resource here. These upgradable properties have a type, and those types will have specific icons associated with them. I've got a bunch of property getters and setters, and I will need I've got the secondary texture here. I guess I just got to because oh no, I could make okay, I could make another resource that has the icons saved in it. Oh dear. I'm going crazy now with the resources. Okay, I could go crazy with these resources. Yes, okay, that's all good. You go have a sleep, Rithik, Mr. the Rithik. You have a good one. I am going slowly insane. Create new script, and I'm gonna call it upgrade icon. Create, and then I'm going to have. Oh, this doesn't really work. I guess I could extend resource, and I call it class name upgrade icon, and then I have an export var, which is the weapon data type. Right. Oh, weapon upgrade type equals this. No. That data type, and then I have an export var icon. Icon, which is a compressed texture 2D. This may not have to be, because these are the global ones. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, if I'm going insane, then I'm doing something right, I want to say. But I do need to get going, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna close everything that's not related to what I'm doing currently. Input listener, map change, pattern name, player stats, sort of. Upgrade info, yes. Upgrade icon. See, upgrade info can have the upgrade icon, but that means I need to set each one individually, which is not a problem. Not a problem, actually. Icon, which is a compressed texture 2D, which has the default of global icons.default icon. Right, and then if I go back to my prawn resource here, this has an icon which I'll set to anything I want. I think that's okay, because this is for damage, so that's this one, and then this is for secondary, which for this weapon is where's the burst fire? I have all of them here. Let me just here we go. Burst fire, and then this one is for ammo count. So upgrade ammo count. There it is. So that's where I can store them. That's where I can store them. So the weapon upgrade variable has certain max values, and I'll just set the default to be -1. Make this one secondary max value of 1. Oh, okay, I think maybe that's probably better. If max value is -1, it can go up infinitely. So yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it. So yeah. You gave me some bits, Mr. Fanny Slam. I appreciate that. When did you do that? I didn't. Oh, that you gigantified an emote. That's what that is, isn't it? Yeah, that's the way. Maybe, I don't know, man. Thank you for the bits, I guess. I'm just gonna snooze this next ad because you gigantified another one. Thank you, sir. Yes. There we go. Okay, cool. Thank you, sir. So I'm just about to go insane. I'm about to go insane, but I've just figured out how not to lose myself in the insanity. So, upgrade icon is unnecessary because I just set the upgrade icon to be that. So this is not a required resource. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. This is that. This is deleted. Delete. Remove. So I've got now upgrade info, which is different to upgrade info. I'm going to need to change this fucking name. But this will have the icon that the upgrade will use. It'll also have the type, which refers back to weapon data, which determines what type it is, which when we go to an individual weapon's data, so you can see here we have the prawn, that will have the values that the prawn has. Okay. And then we can do, say, I'll need to then have an upgrade. I'll need to have an upgrade iteration, and then upgrade cost increase. var upgrade iteration, and then an export var base upgrade cost equals, say, 100. Export var base upgrade, upgrade cost modifier. Now I'm truly going insane. We'll say 100%, so it will double every time. I'll then do, actually I'll make it 2.0. Base upgrade cost in bits, make it 10. It means it'll double every time you upgrade it. So if we want it to, say, go up by 1.5, then it'll be 1.5, 2.0. And then I will also have export var, I guess I'll just have to say export var current level 0? Do I need that? This will probably have to be the top one. Current level equals 1. There. That's probably the way I have to do it. Okay, there you go. Fuck. And so now, if you want to have the, I guess, yeah, current value, I guess, needs to be a getter and setter of some type. But I don't know how to do that, which is fine, because I don't really need current value. Yeah, that's hard. That's difficult. Because I then need to put in here, func save and func load. Load. No, not in here, but in the weapon data. I then have to put saving, and loading. I'm blocking this ad because I'm going to be ending soon. I'm ending my stream soon. I've blocked all of my ads from now on because it's 5 minutes and I'm going to be ending the stream soon. So yeah. Anyway, so that's what I have to sort of do. I'm going to close this and this and this. I'm keeping this up. Yes. So we've got the slider, which I'm going to put just at the top. Global icons. Again, it looks like I don't actually need this. I don't actually need global icons anymore. So I reckon I'm just going to delete it. I'm just going to go straight to it. Show in file system. There it is. I'm just going to delete it. Fuck it. I'm going to remove. There we go. So the icons can just be there. Icons can just be there. And I do need to make sure I sace. I need to make sure I remember to sace. So player stats is here, and prawn is a constant which preloads the a resource which is prawn. And in this one, so now you can see all of these unnecessary. Boom, because we've got prawn as the resource. And then I also have sniper, shotgun, all that sort of stuff as extra resources that I can then do. How good is that? So I've got weapon upgrade, current level is 1, icon, all that sort of stuff. And then weapon data, which is another individual resource. This is the info, which is the info icon saved here, which will need to reference the weapon data, which will then set the weapon slider to be whatever it is. Right, that is incredibly in-depth. But since you guys are here, I will just go through the what I've managed to do. That's project settings. I no longer need global icons. I'm going to delete that. Close. I'm going to try and reload it. Okay, where is it going? Identify global icons is not in this scope, so I'm just going to put where is it? It's this one. So I just held control and yes, I like the thinking. You just noticed it, yeah. It's a nice one. I like this one. It's a design based on what I suggested. But in any case, max value of 1, type, weapon data type, icon, that's all good. So now I press play. No, because this is currently that, so I can just get rid of that for now. All right, let's try it again. Always happens. All right, cool. So this is what I've managed to make so far. So at the moment, this doesn't work properly, but I have it. This is how you're going to upgrade. Down here is going to have the your current bits that you have, and up here is the icon that you can upgrade. I'm going to have to change this because I might put it above it or something like that. But you get into it, you then hold up, and then you upgrade it, and that's what it looks like when it upgrades. How good's that? And I may actually put the camera up here to then make it go and then change it from one to next. This is a new section. This is the store. This is the store. Very cool. Yeah, and that's how that happens. So yeah, anyway, so that's what I've managed to do so far. But I haven't been able to fully complete it because I take time to make these things. Anyway, I need to get going. So you have a brilliant, wonderful, excellent day, and I will see you in the next stream. Hopefully, can't be Monday, has to be a different day. Hopefully I can do it on one of the days I have in my schedule. Can't be Monday, unfortunately. So, not the next stream. The next stream has to be the stream after the next stream, whenever that happens to be. Again, I might change my fucking thing anyway, but it's how it goes. Anyway, you have a bloody good one, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. I'm now going to... Oh, this is my damage over time icon, by the way. I need to... export as images, upgrade icons, export. Very good. Back into Godot, I have upgrade icons. It broke. Yes, it did. Let me try it again. Export as. It's in the wrong path. Up. Materials, weapons, weapon icons. No. Materials, UI, upgrades. Here it is. Select current folder, export. Okay. And then I now have an additional one, which is the damage over time one. Excellent, brilliant stuff. Okay, bye-bye, 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 bye, bye-bye now, bye-bye now, bye, bye-bye now, bye, bye-bye now. It is Pixelorama. This is Pixelorama. Everything I've created that is not the default texture is Pixelorama. How good is that? So all of the animations that I've done in the game that are like legitimate things that are not already like default particle systems is Pixelorama. How good is that? Anyway, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye now. Bye-bye now. It's so good. It is so good. And it's made in Godot as well. How